I'm focused. I've been watching for the omens. I've been listening to everything you said. It's been running through my head, locked and loaded. I got the feeling that you know it. Yeah, I've only just begun. I won't stop until it's done, till you're broken. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Flame that burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Bigger they are, harder they fall.
It began in the dark. Now, an evening where light slowly escapes from the high peaks, and the few ahead are freckled with the small yellow dots of the sunlight that remains. The approaching mountain functions as a wider valley in front of you, much like the many you have seen further back behind you north, where, in what you walk through, is a narrow size of a valley where multiple mountains seem to hold distance away, but the 20-foot wide stream drags chunks of ice and driftwood downstream, following the path you are heading along. The group finds themselves looking ahead to the slow-forming wall of the town to the west, or to your right, while ahead of them, as the light dims in the sky, a much, much brighter and wider display. And Cornell, you now realize you definitely, if that bonfire pit thing wasn't the bright display, you're now looking at the large curved arches of a man-made structure, a bridge that would resemble a glimpse into our modern day structures of a bridge that would harbor traffic below and above. Not one in Great London that would open and allow bigger ships through, but a nice flat bridge that along its upper ridges that span maybe 100 feet up, you're noticing all of the flecks of firelight that create this beautiful distant glow of a kind of wonky triangle shape split into two different sides that hold the two edges of the valley at the edges of where you look. And as the temperature around you drops with the sun, and the sign of life, the ahead is a relief and a grievous reminder of the bloodbath you had left from. You find yourself riding the edge of a 0-degree evening. What will you all do?
Just keep moving. Gotta make sure that we, all right. Grok, because you were busy at the cart. Basically what happened was we got met with a feller, talked to him for a bit. So apparently there's some lizard folk that look like humans, but got snakes inside of them. I don't really know, but apparently they're heading towards KRUELER. So I figure if we can cut them off, figure out. Apparently they're some sort of revolutionists. They're carrying a flag that I had never seen before, and neither had these two.
Of green and red.
So I have a vested interest because they said they came from Caligo. So I would like to at least figure out who these fellas are. Yeah, never heard of them before.
I thought lizardmen were from tropical areas. But they're not actual lizardmen, they're like snake people.
But they blink sideways.
Go do a geography check for me. Or actually, this would maybe be sailing local if you have that.
I only have sails or geography.
Do whichever is your highest.
Well, I'm on that one, so it doesn't matter. 9.
Use your 5 points right now.
14.
Yep.
well, lizard people. If it's anything like real reptiles, you'd imagine they would be kind of in the more, as you said, tropical and hotter climates, likely. And you think you've heard of some reptilian, monstrous creatures in the deep mire, very south of Domino, but you not really snake people.
No, not really sure.
I think there might be a little bit more.
There's a town called.
Yeah. Apparently they had bought around 800 or so.
Something about the Ironclad Regiment.
And they, 3 days ago they had passed through Armor. So they're probably already in KRUELER. But I figure we should try and...
I guess it is so. Surprised not freezing to death. But as I said, I think of actual reptiles. They look like people.
They had
They just have
snakes.
snake eyes and snakes inside them.
That seems... Maybe it's the snakes. Maybe the snakes are taking cover from the temperature by laying aside the people.
Well, it was just a pregnant lady.
Oh yeah, it could be that.
The dude tried to eat a pregnant lady because he was cannibal or something, and then the snakes came out. So
They tried
maybe
to sacrifice. He said.
sacrifice.
He never said it. He never said. Well, he Freudianly slipped.
He admitted being
He-
mishandled.
that was a-
People here and there.
Freudian slip
Um,
of the guy.
So hopefully only the pregnant women have snakes in them. Which probably also look out for any fat people too. But
Yeah.
I'm just glad I'm wrong.
I think you mean bloated.
That sounds like
Not
a
Yeah, no, he was a scary fella.
That too. That sounds like I'm traumatized. Anyways,
And as you're looking around now, that finding a piece of shelter ahead of you might be a problem unless you're looking to begin back onto the journey of main roads and where some areas of civilization might be. But you're noticing Meliorn, in particular, has been walking since he took an ice bath in colder climates, but now that the temperature's dropping back down, his body seems to be sluggish, and he's ice cold. He's freezing to the touch, and is looking quite lethargic. You know he needs a. You're just visibly well.
You should go on, Viper.
I've been about this whole time.
Look at that.
His Viper is soaked, also shivering. Not really soaked.
Apparently
Also.
there's... they mentioned something about the Plague Walkers, which... so Aramor itself is holding a ritual or sacrifice, some sort of celebration or sacrament for the Plague Walkers that came through many years ago. But...
Yeah, it was a war 100 years ago.
yeah.
Came out of Turtle Lake. Right. Well, since it's becoming nighttime, and Melion and I'm going to freeze to death soon, can we possibly take shelter?
All right, you guys get cold, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I have drowned. Fully drowned, but then I survived.
Well, at least you didn't drown.
Look, I'm a little sorry for not helping immediately. I just thought, elf, fae,
Breathe underwater.
best friends. I didn't expect him to just drown you.
Yeah, that's...
Not quite best friends.
Next time, how about you guys heed my warnings about what the Fae are?
I feel like we didn't really talk on the fact that you sort of, seem to have some sort of past relationship with that Fae fella that we, slaughtered.
And the more I look at it in hindsight, it sort of went bad. But I just saw him. He came home.
Again, I will say this again, he was charmed.
No, I was going to get charmed.
He fell in love.
He was just very beautiful. It reminded me of some of the paintings.
Elves can very much be charmed.
Well, Melion appears to be very much not looking to the cart where a ice-frozen skull head, it's bald, green, pale green, with many flecks of white ice now kind of covering the sides of its frozen, decapitated
And
skull.
we're addressing this area around is frozen as well.
Yeah.
It's on the cart, so the kind of base of the cart in some icy.
I was preparing for our setup for the camp. At least on this head.
We can,
So we head off.
I see his book.
Set up.
I don't really want to go into the town of Aramor, so you're going to have to do another, tent-in procedure. If that's all right with you, Law. make a sort of camp in the smoke.
Alright.
Should be. You said it was getting colder as we went on?
It is at about 5 p.m. You've hit the part where
Oh.
there's barely any sunlight and it's hit the 0 degrees. It will continue to get colder, but the more you move this direction,
The warmer we'll get. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
guys, well,
Incrementally
it's time for
1
me to
degree
show
each.
you my degree in engineering. That's build a bloody star structure in England.
Hey, you built and they built the
We have 3 hours in time to
Didn't you build an igloo a while back?
it's a bunch of still quite icy kind of cliff faces.
There's like trees around.
We
us,
sort of
right?
know.
You are okay. You cushion enough to get at least 3 human-sized bodies situated so that the wind buffets over you, and you've kind of made yourself wind-walled cots made of snow that are slightly. It's not really going to help a guy that's hypothermic. You're making it out of snow.
I will
The problem
set
is the cold.
Fire and put it on like a low burn so it lasts longer.
Okay, yeah, so you dig out a bit of that hole, you make sure Melion's the closest to it, but because it's a small fire, Melion's body is probably the only one that can hug it.
Yeah. Well,
So it just means that no one else is getting that warmth.
yeah, that's fine. The way it works is I use 1 bundle of wood instead of lasting 2 hours at a high burn. I just do 8 hours like very slow.
Slow burn, yeah.
Yeah.
You kind of like flick pieces in every now and then.
Takes out his middle pole. He picks up the head
Yes.
of the thing. He
Do not put that in the
stabs
fire.
it through.
Okay.
It pierces the top of the pole. He then goes to the head as he pulls out a gem. And then he spends an hour pulling out some of the organs from the head, replacing it with some metal, some gemstones, and like
It's horrifying.
No, there's a couple.
Well,
What do you?
you're going to need to do a bit of a. I'd say.
this is part of the brain.
No,
I
no,
mean, yeah,
the head is
basically
frozen solid, like even the inside. So you're gonna have to kind of like pick it.
I-
You know what I mean? Like crack the ice.
Two eyes.
So just make it like an easy strength check. This isn't gonna be that hard. This is more about like opening up the bottom where all of that stuff was
No, probably not. I
frozen.
can't roll higher. It's impossible.
Not an organ, but cochlea.
7. Okay. You get Moki to help you kind of like hold the head upside down.
Bro,
and-
explain to me what you're trying to do.
He gets a type of instrument to try and crack the bottom of the frozen ice head. And you watch him give one good strike, and you see multiple fractures, just centered where you can see all of the
This
organs
would be very useful for just keeping stuff cold.
frozen. And Moki, suddenly you feel this like this outward pressure.
Let him go.
Grok, you begin to notice you do one crack, bunch of spiders around that stump of the neck, and then you see like steam? A type of vapor begins to kind of pool out, and you watch as Moki's hands just kind of naturally separate, and you realize Moki either pulled the head in two, or your one crack somehow split this head completely in half, and now you're looking at the inside, there's like no inner organs. The bones of a skull looks to be made of ice. Like the skull is ice or is just frozen bone. You're getting the idea that because it's not a humanoid, you can't use your magic on it.
Alright, as usual. Never mind.
Is it your story?
Melion, you're just looking at the split open, like completely split in
It's
half.
just 2 pieces now, right?
Yeah, you're just holding.
no longer emanating cold.
It's from the inside. It's like there's this vapor, but it's cold vapor. It should be warm. It's cold.
Oh, I mean, like, is it getting like warmer as it goes on, or is it still staying cold forever?
It's still staying cold.
I mean, I could like pop
Not
over
freezing to
there
your hands,
and kill
even though
them.
you'd think it would.
I'll like get some snow on the inside and sticking back together. Use snow cooler. It's gonna freeze them
It may take me
together.
all day.
Say no more about that.
You look back, and there is now a snow Oreo of a face, where there's like
I put them on the wrong way around.
a chunk of the nose on one side breaks off.
Oh,
So wait, why are we carrying around his head?
It just feels like a little chewy ice cube. It's a bit chew.
It's like quite tasty.
Rock after that, it shatters. Rock will just
Yeah.
pick it off his large
But it's
neck.
chewy, like,
That's it.
Yeah.
like flesh ice.
Alright,
You do all the
Like
prep
frozen
work,
flesh.
and it's like
This
this
is
single
Aren't you a
this single
herbivore?
item just
No.
didn't do it.
Why not?
You think
You should be a herbivore. It makes no sense that you're a carnivore.
you think flavors give a damn about my food preferences? I ate what I did to survive. Cornell, you're gonna rest.
Okay. See, I'm not bothering for medical questions. I'm just accepting that
Oh
you're.
my god, you're so annoying.
Okay, fine.
Okay, we have a rule now. Anytime I'm doing watch, don't talk to me. If you see someone, you're allowed to.
Okay.
But that someone can't be me
Oh,
or
that's a
anyone
bunny.
else in the party.
Oh, no. It's another bunny.
I don't want to know about animals either. It's got to be humanoid figures that seem like they're about to kill us.
You want to have the polar bear racing towards us?
Okay, maybe tell me about a polar bear. But apart from that, no.
Okay, anything worse than the polar bear? Don't mention it.
Well, like if it's dangerous, you can. Just, okay,
That bunny
encroaching
could be
danger. We're not going to die by a bunny.
Okay. I think it was snow was danger because it's gonna give you get you cold and stuff.
Well, then why don't you go back inside the igloo? If the snow is so dangerous,
Okay.
that's what I thought.
I'll see you in the morning.
Well, no, technically you'll see me this whole time because you're staying out with me, right?
No, you seem like you have it in hand.
Oh, okay, yeah, leave it all to the blind man.
You're not blind.
Could be.
I want both of you to make 2 different perception checks for your individual and then together nights.
17.
17.
Natural one.
That makes about sense.
I'm really talking.
The sense is perfect. You watch as Moki is beginning to turn around and walk back to the camp where that little glow is, and you're noticing now, because you're further away from the mountains, that morning light comes to you earlier. So at about 3:30ish, Moki's just come up to you, said hello, tried to converse with you, tried to be nice, and he turns around and he's walking away, and you notice from an angle in which his butt was turning around, like his butt was almost blocking your view of what you noticed to be like a line. A line of silhouettes, very, very, in a snowbank. They're black, almost blue, with the bare bit of light you've got. Dozens of cloaked people, all in a uniform line, heading west. And kind of at a diagonal from where you guys are going this way, they are, you see kind of like, you're here. They are a kind of a third of a mountain away,
So,
and
like,
heading through snow.
Parallel?
Yeah, kind of.
So, same direction.
Same-ish direction, but on the other side of the lake, where the stream where you are.
And
So they are heading.
That direction is west, right?
That is west. Well, they're heading southwest. So yeah, basically to what you believe is that town. This could be the morning after whatever, festivity they were. But it was said to go on for a few more days. So
It's 3 a.m., right?
like 3 a.m. Yeah.
Because, like, I don't want to get here.
You at about we started the session 5ish, 6 p.m. Took you about 3 hours to set up all of your things. So about by 9 p.m., 6 hours. You're awake.
Hi.
Make a perception check.
I don't keep watch, but
Yeah.
Point.
You're just trying to look for Cornell, even though he's in the dark. So.
15.
Okay, so you see, there's at this early of the time of the morning, there's actually like some decent wind kind of blocking your instant visibility, but you're noticing Cornell and Moki having an interaction. Big horseman walking away. That silhouette's leaving, and leaving a type of silhouette still in the background.
So I get an outlet.
It's a little rough.
Heal.
You just lean back down, go back into your room.
Those fellers, they were like all cloaked and shit. They're walking back to their place. But they seem super suspicious.
They're not making a sound.
They're crazy quiet. I don't appreciate your tone. I'm trying to warn the group about incoming danger. Maybe. They're on the other side of the...
Now you're talking to Melion?
Okay, fine, we'll just speak full volume then, huh?
Moki was like halfway away.
No, me, but not talking.
You're between.
Guys,
You're between.
Brock's still asleep.
Well, there's no one here.
Heavy sleeper.
Fuck up.
We literally have full conversations like every night.
I know,
Brock sleeps through all of them.
He was really tired yesterday.
He's really tired now.
Okay, let's just talk outside of the hickey.
It's you just like holding the flare to your
Right,
face.
there's nothing to talk about. If they come closer to that, it's still on fire. They're going the opposite direction.
Who's going the opposite
Scree's
direction?
been in pain this whole time. It's just like trying to
Going
Where?
You were too busy turning your fat ass around.
mouth just blowing.
I mean, that's rude.
Ass is
I'm
not
big.
fat. What are you talking about?
I'm sorry.
You're just
You're
being
right.
rude.
It's
Just
very,
explain to you
it's
as
very
well.
muscular. There's a bunch
It's like
of rogue
overheated at
figures
4
all
hours.
lined up in the shadows, and they
Where?
seem to be walking an arrow.
I don't see
But
shit.
that's also the direction of the bridge. So they may be going our direction. I don't know. They seem really
The
weird.
Aramore is in between us and the bridge.
Well, Aramore's across the
they're on
bridge.
the other side of the river.
Oh, they are?
So they're going down that way, and we're going down that way. So if they decide to go on the bridge, we'd meet up. So I don't know if they're from Aramore
Well, if
or
they're going-
not. I couldn't see any of their big fucking heads. I just
Southwest.
Which direction were they going?
They were going southwest.
Well, that's a bit away from the bridge and towards Aramore, like you said.
Yeah, it was the same direction.
Apparently this is
Sure, but if that was the case, they wouldn't be going west, they'd be going south.
Okay, well, either way, I noticed them. That's all.
Potentially. I think they're going away from us, he said.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'm
I'm
really need a human head, so can we just...
Grok's just sitting up from his little dugout in
Can I
bed.
try and look and see if I can see them and how
Does
far
it
away
happen
they are?
to flesh
Sure,
on it?
sure, yeah. Make another perception
Yeah,
check.
I'm just gonna get- Okay, well let's go great Prologue.
19.
To Crueler.
19.
Yeah, it used to be freshly killed. Oh,
Okay.
God damn it.
DC was 15, and you failed. It's +2, and they have a +2 bonus, so it puts it at 19. So you just see, like the rear end of the
They're
trail,
walking away.
and it looks like penguins from this distance. Like,
Can I guesstimate how far away they
oh, that's why I
are?
was giving -2 because they're like 200 feet away.
Yeah, I would like to guesstimate how far away they are.
Yeah, closer, between 200 feet directly, like horizontal, or up to 400 feet if you're including all of the hills where you're seeing them at kind of a higher point.
Oh, wow, they're quite close,
Yes.
actually.
Dips down.
And that's why I said it's a little weird.
Hey,
Well, luckily,
Appreciate you mocking my
it's very
ass.
hard to see smoke at night, so we should be fine.
it's not hard to see that. Grok's little fucking lighter girl.
Well, igloo wolves. If he's inside the igloo, it's fine.
Oh no, it's only going up. It's not actually above. It's,
They're going through AC smoke at night, so it's fine.
yeah.
What are you mocking?
It's pretty windy too, so you're definitely not seeing the smoke. But Grok is holding basically what is a similar type. Well, his squirrel is glowing like a flare.
That's
That's
see
the-
inside the igloo.
The magic he cast on it.
Then-
So it's only going up if they
That's
can
sort
see
of
it.
Fine.
And
Nothing to reflect back on.
they're directly kind of Jay said, kind of going parallel. So if they
Is it cloudy tonight or?
yes, cloudy and
Okay,
windy.
it's like it's cloudy.
With a chance of meatballs.
What?
It's a saying.
What type of meatball?
It's a saying where I can.
They're like
There's
goat,
not actually any meatballs.
Orcs?
Goat balls?
It doesn't. It's not.
fish?
No. It's not food.
Oh,
It's terrific.
Okay, so let's just maybe be slightly aware that there could be danger.
I think we should probably. Well, if they're moving away from us, we'll be fine. We can just rest, and then once we're all ready, we'll leave. To KRUELER, right?
I'm watching now.
Okay. I rest.
You can talk to me more. Alright,
You all just like sink back into your slightly dug in areas of protection from the wind. But you wake, and the
Wake and bake.
wake and bake the
making cookies.
the actual stronger currents that have been persisting over the earliest parts of the morning. You're now hitting about 5 a.m. and you're looking at maybe the occasional bright breeze of cold air, which does wake you. That being said, with the thinnest layer of snow that's covered on top of the night, so a kind of a clear sky, a clear day. For the first time, you're looking at the kind of. It is different from our world. It's not so blue. It's more a grayish blue sky. That's what the color of a normal day is, where it's almost gray, but it's blue. And that's the classic.
Never mind, that's just a sky.
I like the wilds.
Patches of white clouds, but all around you seems devoid of it.
This is. You finished the long rest, or?
You finished long rest.
Yay! Free HP back. Amazing.
Now, the only good thing about camping out, out in the boonies, is that you can really see the stars at night. I feel like towns they're so torch polluted that it's hard to see. It's hard to see the stars in the sky. It's really, I feel like it's a blessing that we're out here.
Whenever I looked back up in the past, I just saw a rock.
It's cold. Oh, that's called the moon.
No, I mean, a roof of just rock and stone.
That's. Oh, you mean like a cave?
Yes.
Right. Well, sucks to be you.
Oh, that's good that we're out now. Okay. Pack everything up, destroy the igloo. Let's get moving.
Crush it, kick it over.
Leave no trace.
So,
Like burning man.
for a day.
You had a
Oh, yeah?
30-minute conversation with a man.
We're spies of the nation. Leave no trace.
So now you've got a fair few different paths you can go from. You can cross back over the lake to the other side, but you know that I'm gonna get that dog. You know that under the bridge in that area, under what you were told from your cannibal friend, are the silver dunes, which hold silver crabs.
Oh, like massive,
Yeah,
apparently.
apparently there's crabs.
Massive for a 5-foot guy, so who knows.
Crabs.
Yeah.
Who knows what's some breakfast?
They're like silver crabs the
I
size
don't really
of.
want to fight a
No,
crab
no,
that
no.
big.
Like, how big are they?
Moki.
One of those could feed us all day.
We wouldn't be able to.
One of those could also kill us.
Would waste quite a lot.
And then we'd be dead for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, we just put it.
Do you think by when he said silver crabs, he meant that they were made out of silver?
And I think they're just like carrots is white.
Just keep walking.
I think he
Wouldn't that
might
be
have
white
said
crabs?
dog eaters.
Or we could just eat up provisions. And
Maybe he meant reflective.
Sorry,
Maybe. Crabs are like insects, right?
No, insects taste different than crabs.
Do you determine everything based on taste?
Yes.
It's not really a fantasy. Oh, it's just the name. Why don't we go?
Wait, we need to actually where are we going? We gonna try and fight these crabs and then cross over?
Well, didn't we need to go to KRUELER because there's an army heading there?
We do need to go to KRUELER. And
I
then
don't want to try one of the
crabs is the direction of KRUELER. I think.
Not particularly.
It's the silver shores.
Well,
Oh no, that would be following it down.
Yeah. I can roast pretty much anything.
Let's forget about the crabs. We don't need to fight crabs because it's Sunday.
If we go straight to KRUELER, it's 3 days.
Yeah,
If
let's
we
just
do
head to
crabs,
KRUELER.
It's like 5.
Crabs are 2 days.
Alright.
Yeah, so then we have to go to
Let's
KRUELER in
just
3 more days.
let's just find a bird, kill it, eat it.
We had some bird in the
go to
car.
KRUELER.
With penguin.
I don't think penguins count as birds.
We also- true.
Probably. Oh no, well we need to.
You have some witches.
Well, you remember that cemetery? Or that little grave that we found?
Yes.
That dude was a plague walker. And he, in his grave was a bunch of serpent or little snake skeletons.
I don't know.
I'm just saying, seems a little weird that there's now a bunch of snake people going there. And there's a connection of plague walkers from Aramore. They pass through there.
Right. I'm gonna be honest, I really hate snakes.
That's fair.
So,
If you also went under that valley, under that bridge, you're going to head in the direction of that snake valley. So
I don't like centipedes.
I'm sorry, but if they get too close to us, I may attack. Uncontrolled.
23rd, right?
with fire.
So we'll keep you back then.
Like snakes, why they have to be snakes, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
They're just so freaky with their eyes and
yeah.
scales
And the fact that they don't have legs.
like dragons and one thing. I can accept that they're more intelligent snail. They're their limbs. It's a biological disadvantage.
Yeah, it kind of doesn't make sense.
Well, they can show themselves in a small hole.
Yeah, but if you were just evolved better, you wouldn't need a small hole to hide away.
Exactly. When they shed their skin and crawl.
Why did that plague walker have a metal stake?
I've heard tales of ones that shoot blood from their eyes.
They shoot blood from their eyes?
Well, that's a lizard. I don't know.
Oh, that could be a lizard. Wait, so you just scared of snakes or snakes and lizards?
No, I just hate snakes.
Just snakes.
It's the lack of limbs.
Like limbs.
So
That's
3
weird.
days to KRUELER
I think
then?
you'd be fine with that.
We will be going through the Wicker Rock Forest, I'm pretty sure.
They've lived as long as the business.
But you almost went fully through, or you actually did.
See,
I
strange
think-
because I don't like centipedes.
You followed a trail through it. So
Too many.
So here's a map of the area.
We let him map the area this whole time.
Oh, it's this one.
Maybe it's the confident feeling of cutting off the.
Oh, so we're like here, right? We're like
No, I'm gonna say. Yeah, good to see.
Yes. Well, that, but actually,
No,
sorry,
that's
that's for the
we're
bridge
like
there.
up
So
here.
you're here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, that's yeah.
Yeah,
That's all
well, if
we're
we
doing.
go, yeah, we'll be going.
Yeah, why don't we
through the
just
Rock Forest.
let's just go to
You,
We should
Moki,
go to that lake instead of the base.
if you check your map,
Yeah,
you will
yeah.
find a
Like
correlation
Turtle
to
Lake?
this.
No,
Yeah,
Quill.
there's-
no, because that's where the
Is
snake.
there an
That's
X
where
or
the
a
crabs
sign?
are.
No. The crabs are
Probably
on the
it's the
silver
smallest
place
bridge sign on the map.
next to the
If-
Boulder Bridge.
If you
Probably.
get it.
Oh no. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What lake?
May not even be on your map.
No,
because
it's
you-
on
There's
the
a
map.
lake in the middle of the map.
It shows
I don't
bridges
see
that you have seen and crossed, so
I
you
don't
haven't
see a
seen
lake.
this bridge.
It's like, I think a ravine, like a waterfall sign, and like a little house.
All I'm seeing is umber crabs.
I'm just showing you.
Well, no, we won't be going to this area. We're going to be going pretty much.
Yeah. Let's just look. We'll go.
This is a useless map.
Let's go double speed. Head to KRUELER.
I don't really know that area. It's not mine's map, but it's fun.
Yeah, that's why we have a map.
Yeah, your map sucks.
See this giant? See this
No, we'll be going through pretty much to a Wicker Rock
As you can
Forest
see.
for the entire thing. We'll be
And
avoiding
it's
the
like
Longbow
half a day
area.
away from Cooler, so we can set up a base here, go to Cooler, get supplies, and come back in one day.
Why would we need that?
3 days and we'll be on the
Sounds
edge of
like a
KRUELER.
pretty good place. Do you
What
want
is-
to live in Cooler? I just wanted to see the lake.
I just hand everyone a ration.
What is-
Let's go.
What does the lake give us? Why do we need to go to the
I
lake?
just wanted to see
penguin?
the lake.
It's either penguin or the other
It's probably
thing.
really nice.
Oh, a hair.
Yes, or
So
yes.
we can also set up a farm
I'm
over
separating
there.
this. Oh wait, no, we don't.
That sounds lovely. What would we grow?
It's minus
Potatoes.
4.
Potatoes are good. I don't know if they, well, they grow well
They
everywhere.
grow everywhere.
Oh, and horse feed.
They're very resourceful. They're vegetable starch.
I don't know much about farming, but, I'm sure you do.
I don't.
Oh. Sure you
We're done with this conversation.
Well, let's go.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm not talking
I'm
about
still
Pick up the
horticulture
car.
anymore.
You should ride. Bye.
I am.
Cool. And boom.
You move. Grok.
I'm
Grok's just walking.
gonna put my 3 weapons into the car.
Cool. Okay, so make yourself look less armed.
I've now only got my dagger, my scythe, and my gun on me.
Never mind. You still will look kind of armed.
The 2 scimitars and the glaive as well.
Well, that's like this is a pretty thin weapon. Like just in terms of you can basically hide it under any cloak or anything. Like even your jacket that's pretty frayed. You can put like.
Because I mean, I don't think they're like birds.
And
Because they didn't
a
have
glaive.
feathers. They had like a crest.
Yeah.
I think if we didn't already, we could put those scimitars to like 1 or 2 pounds each because they're really magically
Yeah,
It's so
light.
magic. It's just a blanket.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're like ridiculously light for their.
I'll use the trash blanket.
You'd halve or third, whatever their current weight would be.
So 2 pounds each or 1 pound each?
Do a jig to do 4 pounds. So 2.
You're right.
2 each. Got it. No,
That's still even
weight
a
of
bit
the
heavy,
glaive, Don't worry about that.
And then the glaive is 10.
Oh,
It's pretty
yeah,
big.
right.
There's like 7-8 pelts in it.
Okay.
The blanket.
Okay, so you're going in this direction now. If
That's
you're
the
going,
glaive, right? Yeah.
so the group hasn't fully discussed what Melion's thought was, but in terms of your opening area, you can attempt to hassle down some people off main roads when you get closer to that area. You can go under the bridge and try to avoid all traffic. That will be a different type of check. You can.
There's a one person. I'm sure none of them will recognize the fact that there was a centaur going through this area like a week or 2 ago, and then a bunch of people died, and then also like a big monster escaped
No,
from.
to be fair,
That it was on the nice behind.
yeah, the hunt, they could have been killed by anyone.
Right.
And also,
Sure,
they're
you know,
giant
I
monster. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Anyway, we should just walk across the river.
You can walk under the bridge. There is seemingly
go
like
under
a.
the bridge. Let's just pick a spot a kilometer up the river and then walk across it.
We don't need to go across the river. We're already on the right side of the.
How did we cross this river?
We
By
did.
Water walk.
The longest
We're-
river
we're-
was
we-
200 feet across.
No, the
20,
avalanche.
20,
the avalanche
describing the
25 feet
This is
across.
a-
I'm assuming normally it's like
Why
200
is this
feet. The
river so
avalanche
huge on
changed it.
every map I have? It's pathetic.
No, the avalanche created a dam up where and made the river smaller.
Oh my god.
That's
You
kind of
devastated this region.
The-
This region
you
is now
moved-
ecological dead zone.
you moved
Like
it-
in a
Probably a bunch of
block
dead fish on the
plus.
ground. Wait, no, animals.
Guys, who fucking cares? There's magic in the world. Why does the river matter?
I'll keep telling you stuff. You can just ignore it or
We need
listen. I
to,
don't.
we need
it's all right.
to, we
Either
need
way.
to help these people. We need to dig out this
Sure.
forest with
I get it.
So it's not you. It's literally just
I
making
understand.
cannon. It's all
What
good.
is the point? I thought this. Why is this bridge so high?
Who cares?
It's okay.
Why
Maybe
is
they're
it
just trying to
20
flex their
feet wide?
architectural genius.
No, the stream you crossed when you used the waterwalk spell was 20 feet wide.
Yeah. I'm assuming it gets wider.
Yeah.
It's a river. It just yes, it has natural biggers and
Why did they build
smalls.
a bridge here, idiots?
Well, it's also another reason so small to the other one.
The bridge is also still like two days away, so I'm giving you prep for.
Why don't we just go towards KRUELER?
Yes, we're doing that.
We
We're
did
doing
I
it.
thought we had to cross
So-
Go this way, which is all out back, and then if we go this way,
First day.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you're now. So you're saying you're going to
1, 2,
2.5.
3. It's pretty much the same. We're just going down 1. Because that goes to the very edge of KRUELER.
Mm-hmm. And that edge of KRUELER is exactly where that forest.
Yeah.
That major part of the forest is.
I think the forest is like massive, so yeah.
so it's 4 days.
Yes. Basically, a full day.
Pretty much on the 4th day in the morning, like right as we begin the walk, we'll be at KRUELER. And have the whole day in KRUELER.
So we've got a day again through the cold climate. Anyone want to do something in particular? Prep? Nothing. It's just.
I'll keep an eye out for pole vest,
Okay.
or just any threat.
Uh,
I guess the one thing in particular is Rock will change his skin color too.
do that as well.
You can just change your skin color.
Okay.
Is that
And give me a direction you're looking at. Like for the day, say like behind you to your east.
We're gonna
or
be
west.
going pretty much
You're going-
so far, and then once like we're past like away from the river quite a bit, then southeast.
And that's
Towards the bigger
that's what
rock.
your perception check is towards. That's what I mean. Like where are you looking for threats?
Oh,
On the path you're walking, or behind you,
pretty
or
much in front of us. Behind us, we're going right in front of us. Any threats or changes terrain that we can cross. Stuff like
cool, cool. Yep, do it. Give me a roll.
that. Perception.
You just stop all of you.
18.
So yeah, so at the point where you're banking off and up over away from the stream, you notice there are people under the bridge. You move basically, let's say the full day journey, and by the end of that afternoon, you're coming to. So this is now the next day. So we've passed into the 22nd of the second. You hit a point where you're going to cross. You're going to intersect with the road. Do you want to use a discovery? Do you want to use discovery points to analyze things? You can. What is it? You can one discovery point. You can, detect. Not detect. You can weigh down people and get information on the town within the last week using one point.
Will that slow us down?
Yes.
I don't think we can afford to be slowed down.
Grok did a discovery check. You didn't meet the exact DC, so you're not getting everything. So, but with the map that Melion's got, that is helping you a bunch.
Alright. Ahead of us is the New York place or whatever the heat rock stuff is and the snakes.
But now everyone, as Grok tells you that, you're getting to the point where there is that intersection. I want everyone to do a stealth check. There is not anyone, at least I'm. Well, here's a good question. Well, everyone still roll, but are you, as a
going
group, waiting
Across the road, pretty much.
across the road?
Yeah.
You're not exactly. You're just like going where there isn't a road, crossing it. Are you waiting? Like I said before, you would wait to call down someone and like try to pull information out of them normally. Are you waiting for a clear path? Because you're finding
Is
that
it busy?
there is traffic, but it's every 20 or so minutes. Yes. So you either have to be very stealthy about your approach or just try and do it naturally. That's up to you. I'd say every 30 minutes.
Do
So you
we-
can find
Do
breaks.
we care if people see us, or
Yes.
that's two different ends?
This is the direction you fled from.
Yes, so
Do you want people to know you're here? Because
I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like they'll find out anyway.
also,
yeah, hide in the forest.
why would they want to find us? We've done no crime.
Yeah, well,
What would happen to the whole "I'm a monster" people who kill me thing that you had 3 weeks ago?
I found out
We-
that I was very much overstating the situation.
I mean, yeah, but you are also a monster, and people want to kill you.
I'm not gonna
that one on myself for 11.
It's funny
At least
because
I have a
I've met quite a few people and they haven't like gone like, oh, monster kill. They're
Can
just
you roll me a
like,
diplomacy
Have you
check?
ever been in any black property
Also,
towns?
I've been in the
Oh,
village.
awesome. That's actually pretty good.
Diplomacy, not two.
I was dead. That was
So unlucky.
For 2.
But you got diplomacy too?
You rolled a 2 on a diplomacy.
Aren't you like crit? Okay.
Look, I'll just.
For
Why
a
not
9 minus 3, so 8.
We're on a road, right? Where are we?
Never mind. My
Past the road, on the in the forest.
He has a
Road.
18 dex.
We're trying to get across the road.
Yeah. Actually, the area you are right now is without forest, like before crossing the road back to the forest.
Why don't we just join the road?
We're going along the road be faster than through the forest.
Definitely, but you're only going
Would
up.
it be safer?
Not necessarily. It would be equal. The road, and tell me which way you're talking about going. The road, which there is only one that heads on the top side of KRUELER all the way across eastwards towards Fall Rock. That is the road that you again
Doesn't that
broke
branch
from.
off to KRUELER, or does
It wraps, so it goes all the way along the top side of KRUELER and then back around through the Ivory Grove and through all of the. So it goes. So in the first 2 sessions, you went through all of the Wicker Rock Forest, went up, found the bridge point, that intersection. That's where you are now once again. And instead of going to the bridge, you went east and went straight across to the edge of the town where the graveyard was. And that is a seemingly easy entry point for the town that wasn't as bordered as the walls that blocked the
Why don't we
rest.
just go that same road?
That is the place where all the bodies were that you
God,
burned.
and the hunt was only like what, a week or 2 ago.
Yeah, about 9 days.
Yeah, but like, I'm sure they forgot.
I have no clue how long the hunt lasts.
Hey, maybe everyone got eaten and turning the snake.
Maybe everyone got eaten and turned a snake.
We're gonna do is
we're behind the army. That one.
Also,
right?
look,
I don't know.
we are there to literally break into
3 days ago. That was when they arrived at
we're
Arabor.
gonna
We should be ahead of them though, because army's very slow.
just
Well, it was 800.
We're at Armor 3 days ago.
Oh,
They dropped off the people at Arabor 3 days ago, or at least that's when.
Army. They probably just don't stop looking.
Technically, they should be near here then, either just ahead of us or just behind us.
Yeah, they're probably 3 days ahead of us.
Well, no, because they're 3 days. Oh,
You've now moved 2
3
days, so you'd be 5 days
right.
behind.
Like, we can check the road and see if maybe we can see an army tracks.
And you're at the edge of the bridge area where you're. And for Melion, you saw the Granada flag at the top, white and blue. You don't see green and red. You still see white and blue, and then you see white, blue, and yellow, which is the sanctuary.
wait, we don't see the KRUELER flag?
KRUELER-
No,
The sanctuary. You see them both, one on one side, one on the other. So what was your question?
Check figures moving.
Yes, definitely. There look to be horse patrols and that sort of thing. There were even, as Moki just saw under the bridge, there were even basically booby traps.
I mean, look, we're here to do something illegal anyway. Why don't we just do it?
you mean go on the
Talk
road?
to Professor Dagenfeld?
Yeah, because we can, sneak into his house, knock him unconscious.
Isn't he the priest?
Dagenfon's the binder.
He's a professor. I don't actually know if he's in the town, but I'm gonna assume he did.
I think I would prefer to go through the forest instead of through the
I mean,
road.
look, I think the church is more important than a bag of fun.
That's it.
Well, if he has one of the books, probably not.
Yeah, but also, all the information has been hidden by the
I'll take
church.
Washington.
Do we?
We have 2. One for you and one for me.
I'm trying to make one.
I mean, we could do it. You 2 go through the forest and
Try
us
and
2
make
go on the
one,
road.
but I have no idea what a centaur documentation would look like.
Well, why don't we do us 2?
You
go on
have the
road,
horse?
They'd go
Oh.
to the forest.
Prim.
I have a horse documentation.
Okay, can we do that? Thought your disguise spell only lasted 30 minutes.
Oh no, okay.
It's no, for me. It's just for a regular
How are we gonna
horse.
pretend you're a horse?
I can't. Could you make this into a centaur?
I can. I don't know what centaur documentation
Maybe it's
looks
combination.
like.
It's documentation specifically for the ownership under Madame Esme.
I don't think it'll work.
So it's more like showing that Moki is owned by someone. Or
Look,
Prim.
Isn't there a
Prim.
picture of a horse on there?
Not a sketch. And actually, there's more a sketch of the lower half. Interestingly, it's like the top half got smudged.
I mean, we could just us 2 could go on the road and you 2 could go through the forest, and then we could try and find a way for you to sneak in. and then we can get you in that one.
Well, so we're just outside the place, right?
You're outside where visibly the wall is of the top half of KRUELER is, and you remember that wall had breaks in it from a recent incursion. You're not seeing that break in the wall anymore, and in fact, on the other side of town, on the other town, Aramore, there was a wall being built.
So I got.
So, they're obviously both towns under construction.
20 minutes really is not much.
Let me double check.
You also don't have a
Spell per
doctor
cast level
or
increase by minute.
that when you become white.
I got an hour of just true disguise self, and I'm permanently white.
Oh, you're permanently wrong.
Oh, because cantrip, I can just keep costing and everything.
Sure makes some rain.
It's a little more. I have more.
That's pretty good.
Okay, so you want to sneak into town?
Yeah.
Alright, so we do it in that then.
And through the forest then. Less guards.
I just think
You're waiting at the top of the town, or are you going into the forest? And then,
I don't know.
Into the forest to the graveyard through where?
okay, so you're heading east there.
So,
Yeah,
why
pretty
don't we
much.
just stay out of the forest for a bit. We'll make a new license, a fake license, and then we do it.
You mean, did you think set up outside of the forest?
Do we have?
Why not inside?
Do we have pigments?
Oh, I don't know, the first time we went to the
That I can
forest, we
use
set
to
a
make a
giant
giant
anteater thing that blew up.
It was only up to
you actually you
We have a
got
writing kit. I don't
you
know.
got writing kit. I would say naturally no,
We
but
can probably try to make shitty ones.
I was going to say as a gatherer,
Yeah.
you can spend the day to investigate a forest that isn't
Plus, it was
completely
pretty
ice
safe at the graveyard.
filled. So yeah, probably you'll
Graveyard
find
is
some
the forest.
natural stuff.
the graveyard and the forest are on different sides.
But the grave you went to was in the forest.
The grave,
Yeah, that one.
But the actual graveyard is on the opposite side.
that was the one I was thinking you were going to.
Oh.
Because there is the graveyard, and then there's a road, and then there's a forest. And you fled through the graveyard, the road, the forest, and then back north.
Wicker Rock Forest, we found a snake grave.
You found the snake grave. So that is very much to the
If we go to the
western
snake grave,
side.
we have to go through
Yeah.
the valley because we are on the opposite side of Wicker Rock Forest.
Actually,
It was on
from
my
what that
sorry.
map says in my map, we should be going not through. Oh wait, no, hold
Yeah.
on.
You can either ride the border of the whole town, which is walled and a
You're right.
cliffside.
We would have to go through the valley.
Look, if we want to go from the back,
The maps are wrong. We experienced it. We had to go through the valley. Yeah.
green rocks.
Green more. What?
You know the green, like jewels, amber pieces we found in the valley.
Shard like glass
Is it
flecks.
amber yellow?
They make a nice,
I think you meant amber as in like
nice heat.
solidified sap.
Oh, yeah. Usually that's like
He-
orange.
yeah. You found greater amber
We found
monoliths.
that red
They were
tree.
green.
The sap in that was blood.
Anyways,
Oh,
with those amber pieces, I can make a really nice warm bath. So really, I don't mind going there.
Except that we're going to become one of its snakes.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm also I have a little bit of flame from juice and tank, but I'm almost out.
What if we did the opposite? What if we went all the way around KRUELER to get to, like, pass through the acreage where the old lady was, and then we can just go through the starting area where the rock to get to the grave. That way, all we're doing is passing through one town or one little village.
I mean, the Wicker Valley.
There's over 6 snakes.
That's
So-
going all the way around.
That's what I just said.
We could do that. And that forest is remarkably
That
safer.
would be the safest. Plus, we passing by the graveyard, and you wanted to
If-
steal. It has to be a friendship.
We wouldn't be. We'll be out a few days to our journey, but
One, humans, snakes, warm bath, snakes.
I think I have to agree with Cornell.
It's perfect.
Last time we went through the valley was very annoying.
Like,
Those are undead skeletons that
Or-
were just like.
or we could just try and like.
Also, out of character, we did that in D&D mode. In Pathfinder mode, was way fucking more difficult.
Probably.
Or we could just try and like find a hole in this wall and sneak in that way and not. But that means
Go to the graveyard with no wall.
well, we don't know that we haven't been here for 2 weeks.
And it's really doubt that he built that wall.
Okay.
Well,
So it wasn't originally
I
part
think-
of the town.
depends
we
on
should-
if they find out about the 7 Kings people that got slaughtered.
Look, we framed the village. We came. It's fine. Definitely. Yeah, we did too well, but we're fine.
We tried.
Okay, so with planning,
Take
now is the time to spend the discovery points. So the more points you spend, the better understanding and clues you'll need and get for what
Right,
you're
how
trying to
about
do.
this?
So
How about we
How
talk
many
to some
points?
people outside of the town?
you got
And we
6.
figure out what's the inner goings of what's been going on over the last 9 days.
That's a good idea. You'll have to do it. But in the meantime, we should start traveling there
through the outside, not through Wicker Rock Forest. But the
Where
other
we
forest.
camping today?
Well, it's still like
It's still late. It's yeah.
Oh, I
It's
love that.
late afternoon at this point, so not evening.
will go. We won't cross the road. We'll go west, staying on the top side of the road.
I guess we have to
Like,
look
you know,
presentable.
north side of the road.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then keep going
You-
around to where the graveyard is, the proper one, and the cruel grave. You know.
That's east, but yes,
Yeah, I know. But going east, but we're not going across the road.
you're not going across the road.
Yeah, through that forest where we face like no monsters. So we're good.
You chose a very good part of that map to go through. Because if you remember, as you hit this intersection road last time, there was a thunder thing and lightning hit the forest of Wicker Rock that you just came through, and then it hit the graveyard tower that you then walked to.
Oh, that was
So
a
it
long
hit
time.
both the Wicker Rock forest that you west
Yeah.
and east.
Okay.
Well, I'm more so
Go on there.
hoping, like maybe you can make me look like a seasoned adventurer.
We'll just start walking and talking.
Right now my clothes are a bit shoddy.
Also, guys, an alternate. How about we, or at least I, just go into town so that I can buy supplies and useful things?
That would be good.
That could
I
work.
think a wagon would be a good investment.
I don't think we need a wagon.
I think we do need a wagon.
Why do we need a wagon?
Wagon will be the same size as cart, carry significantly more.
I'm confused about what the timeline you guys want to do. So you just want to go into town, break in, and then what? We leave the next day?
I don't know why we have to break in. As long as
You're sneaking in.
well,
Same thing.
I mean, okay, we can
Breaking
spend,
into the
we can
church.
spend a couple days. Basically, there's two things on my mind. We need to talk to Professor Dagenfond, and then we need to figure out what that shady business going on with churches. And then I guess a third would be figure out why these snake people, who they are and why they're here.
don't need to rush to do that.
And
Let's
we
just
need
make
to-
people invade.
And get to your ship, and then also maybe you can like have a look at the big robots that were in the acreage. But that's only
I
like,
just follow the watch. It's fine.
you sure? They were pretty big.
Yeah.
They were like huge.
Did you see them already?
They were like throwing trees and everything.
It's very normal. Just follow the
Okay, never mind. Don't even do that.
Oh, But there was the broken one that you could probably take or fix and get some
It'd
paper.
been rusted. Yeah.
Okay. Just takes days to make one. Just a few days. Oh, wait,
Some months.
Well, why don't you make one?
Because it takes days, probably even weeks. To just said that.
You're hearing a distant, fast-moving horse, singular, whipping.
I'm scared of
We're
horses.
along the road, which we're not on.
You're not on the road. You're walking alongside it, but you've also got a bit of forest space.
Yeah.
If you ever find pieces of the robot, you could.
I'll give them to you.
I'll like keep an eye out for anything. That's really it.
It's good. Well, did you all make stealth checks? I know Melio did.
No, I didn't.
So just make this is just a natural stealth check as you're doing the sidewood. You're talking and you're trying to stay in the forest enough to keep.
Roll it or
Did you get a 2?
Yeah.
It's okay. He got a natural
I
1.
can't take 10.
Second or 11.
17.
And
You
another skill's underwater.
here are talking in a language like Cornell is familiar with. I think Rock has heard. This is Krulik.
I'm sure we're not gonna find any people. Not gonna get in any
We'll
trouble.
be fine.
It'll be easy.
Twig.
Melion, what are you wearing? And Grok, what are you wearing?
Or my normal color.
Rock is wearing
Or
his
the
robe with a feathered blanket from
The pink feathered blanket.
Yeah, maybe
Cool.
better.
Cool.
feathered blanket.
He has his human skin disguise on.
Oh, that's good.
Human skin. Okay, cool.
So,
There is something a little looks like a half orc. There are
Anything like it.
you
Yeah, it's human skin.
Uh, Moki.
it's 3/4.
What did you get you?
-2.
There we go.
You all have suddenly understood that Cornell was being loud, but was moving a little quicker than all of you, even though you're staying behind. You realize that Cornell ahead of it seems to just skip forward a little bit further ahead, knowing that the sound is actually approaching. It is only one set of horse hooves, and it seems to quickly angle into the forest. And you realize that, like in a matter of 15 seconds, you look at Cornell, and he's now like 100 feet ahead of you. And now there is a horse that just like slides 10 feet away in front of you, matching your horse body. Really? No, he knows.
Unidentified enemy
He
coming towards
and
us.
he's blocked you off from your path.
Alright, I just have my belt out.
Fucking.
I'm not pointing
Uh,
at it
Oh,
We'll go with that.
yet. Identify yourself.
Odin, Odin, you're like, I just, I was just seeing people on the side in the forest. Wasn't you?
What does it look like?
What you
You were seeing like a light brown skin, bald head.
Oh, he's bald. He's weak. Kill him.
He looks. I mean, he's wearing an interesting without finger gloves, yellow
fingerless glove.
fingerless orangish yellow gloves.
He's a priest. He's weak. Kill him.
You're getting an idea. Like you've not seen it in every.
Wearing the black
place?
cloak with the little symbol of the 9 swords for the whole
No. He's wearing a type of like cross on both of his shoulder pieces.
priest.
But
Okay.
Little bit,
Church.
maybe. You're also
Yeah,
noticing
that's
that he has a large kind of parcel bag at his side. This is a delivery
Oh, no.
guy.
He has a stable job. He's too powerful.
And he just puts his hands out in front of you, just tries to. No weapons, no visible weapons. I mean, there isn't even a cloak on him. It's
Boys, weapons down.
I thought of like,
yes,
I mean, yeah. Alright, you just came out of nowhere, kind of startled us.
yes. I saw the centaur man. I thought it was a horse and a man, and then I thought you're in a forest away from town, and I was wondering, do you need assistance? Like going a direction? Are you lost? There is a town right
You
here.
know exactly where we're going.
Where we're going. Look,
Who are you?
I am the messenger carrier. I am of the notary inside of KRUELER.
Your name is Carriager?
No. My name is Norel.
That's a fire name.
that is last name.
Well, I'm Craig.
I didn't know that one.
Craig.
In Scotland.
Okay. Yes, Halford is weird, but not that weird compared to this.
Nice to meet you.
I was you obviously your face, your ears. You see him very much like kind of take that in. Monkey looks a lot more normal
I
in
understand
comparison.
we're a strange group, that's why we're not going on the main road.
You look cold. Do you need a cloak?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Well, there is a few stores in town. If you're looking for some sort of a strong or warmer remedies, there is
It is a bit of difficulty. We
a dragon
we
cellar.
came from Sanctuary. Oh, Sanctuary.
Granada.
Dynasty, sorry. So we don't have papers in this area, so I don't know if we're going to be welcome in town.
But that is a you probably not. No, you have a larger amount of military presence recently, and he points, and you notice, despite the wind, there is a faint kind of sound. That's like this almost repeating, like a sound of drills, military drills, and it's only that when he points it out, and he says, "Just listen, they've got a lot of new recruits. They're training. The town is
The town was recently died, yes.
no, the town was recently.
We hear that from like 2-3 days away.
No, we're
You're
like-
not 2-3 days away.
On the road above.
You're at the road
yeah,
It's
above
been a
us.
while, okay.
Yes, I gave you 2 days. It's the 23rd.
I'm skipping.
Oh, okay.
Right.
There's
You know
a,
what they arrived here?
there's a bunch of issues. There is a type of disease in that town that is not going away, and they've tried to get medical and religious men onto it. Recently, my job is doubled. I have to get mail all the way to False Rock because of the. And he grits his teeth. There is. The priests have left KRUELER.
Look, Meadow, this is why we don't go to towns. We always get hit by military everywhere, and they just hate us all.
You're on a Falls Rock. Why are you on the western side of Florida?
This is the road.
I'm not. This is the eastern side.
Sorry,
So confused. My maps just.
what's your name again? I forgot.
Nowhere.
Well,
Nowhere.
Noel. Ah, gosh, man. Look, Noel.
Cornell is just behind a tree, like bodies away from this guy.
Do I see this?
Yeah, I think everyone sees this but him. This guy is like basically purely looking at all of you.
Oh, Noel.
I sort of
If you can
mouth
help
you.
us, could you, help us get some winter supplies or something.
Yes, there is a place inside of the. Go to the town. There is a small up shop in the Ivory Grove that is owned by a. I don't remember his name. Look, it doesn't matter. I know the place.
Did you notice an army of lizard pregnant people?
Recently, 800 soldiers came from Aramore. At least what we heard. Did they come into town?
Yes, I've done the jobs. There's a lot more people in Aramore than there was before.
Also, like human women who burst with snakes.
What are you stop talking about?
Please don't know about the horrors of your castle.
No.
We've encountered some very strange shit.
We've had a horrible day around here.
Yeah.
And now we've learned that we can't even go inside.
I looked at you for 2 seconds and knew you had some shit wrong with you. So that's why I'm here. I just thought it's my job is delivery of messengers. I can get you a message personally to a person if you need help, like you're stranded, you're lost.
Could you,
Can I sense motive this guy? See if he's malicious in any way.
Please.
could we pay you a bit to buy shit for us? Yes.
Yeah.
You do work for the military.
He doesn't even acknowledge you for saying that. If I give the gold, if they don't pay in gold in Ivory Grove because it's not in the town, they just pay with trade. So if you have beasts,
Right.
looks back at Monkey, Melion. You know what? I was gonna whisper it. You wouldn't think that a messenger man, a carrier pigeon human, would really have any actual knowledge of that. Like, well, let's just say commands that he would have to follow. It's not really the thing of a person who delivers mail. It's strange that he would come specifically to you off the road and then acknowledging you not out of even though you aggressively came onto him, knocking arrows and all of that, he was less afraid of you, which is the kind of the most you can gauge from him. Whatever the problem is, he's either he recognizes you as not a threat.
I see how much he hates me, like a discriminatory, racist way.
He's just not giving you enough eye contact to really put that. He's just kind of.
I don't like that.
He looked at you as or at least he was saying that you were here and that's why he came. He just looks like he understands a bit too much maybe.
Right. We'll go to the bay of the town.
Yes,
Could you give us a lift?
I have it. My horse. I can drop you off at the edge of Ivory Grove, at the edge of the cruel grave.
We're not really going there.
But we have some friends there.
Listen, if you have some gold, the town has been recently attacked by. Well, we have a few.
They would love our trades.
By what?
Doesn't matter.
Sorry, what?
Mm-hmm.
We heard about the great hunt a while ago.
Yes. Oh,
Who
there's.
came back?
He looks at you kind of wide-eyed. There was a rear half.
Do I see Cornell?
Rear half did not come back, but the upper half. Yeah, you definitely saw Cornell. The upper half of the
Probably just started walking.
I think his name was
Okay.
Odin.
Fine.
Odium. Yes, the former. So there were two priests in town.
Right.
Father Azir. Odin. Odium.
Odin.
And Odium turned into a type of monster upon the noose around his neck.
Who was hanged?
He was supposed to be hung, and then that rope did not hold, and then he broke through the wall of the town and fled north. And apparently there was he was here.
He's on a horse.
Make a stealth check.
Is he on
You are. He's on a horse. You're very close to him, but yeah.
How close? How close are we to him?
Good.
How close are we to him? How close are we to him?
He's maybe 5-ish feet away from you, like horse body to horse.
Oh my fucking god! You are much closer than I thought.
He cut you off in the forest. Like this guy, for no reason, just cuts directly into the forest, north, off the path, in front of you, cuts you off from. Obviously, didn't see anyone out.
Look at well.
Well, we're gonna look out to the distance. Grab him.
I grab him.
And he'll go.
He starts to look at the human, the 7-foot-tall human, doing weird things. Oh! Pulls off the cart.
If the horse starts to run off, I'll decapitate it. But if it stays.
The horse does a rear up, freaks out as much as the body that tumbles off of him. You see papers and stuff spill onto the floor. Melion, suddenly around you, floating pieces of paper.
I just step off Viper and sigh and walk over.
You see, there was a massive duffel bag that basically hit the ground, and then everything inside of it just went poof, up into the air.
He's not laying on the ground. I'm just sort of like.
You've grabbed him, and he's trying to use his feet to kind of push himself up, but there is instantly a reaction of fear, like more than just like you pulled him off. He might have been a little bit more prepared than you would have thought.
Look,
like he's just squirming and just like ready to just.
You keep moving, I will break it up.
No, please.
Then stop moving.
Oh yeah, maybe at that point you would move back 100 feet, 50 feet.
Look, Norel, you gotta admit, it's a little suspicious. A man just approaches a group of freaks on the road, starts telling them information, offering them help. You gotta level.
I'm freak.
I just.
He's like, you're like.
Quiet down.
Make an intimidation check.
Okay.
Now, friend, this is just a little
14.
I'm freak.
A little precaution. Why don't you just stay silent?
I rolled a 15.
I put a hand over his mouth.
I freak.
But not his nose. Sorry, he's over.
I'll open up the door. I'll open it up and then I'll stop and look at him. That wouldn't happen to me.
I
A group
face him towards you so you
of
can
5
see
to
that.
10 men somewhere 150 feet away that are going to jump on us. That would be very unfortunate.
You like slightly open and you see just like capital bold wanted.
Yes, I'm back.
There's a few different pieces of paper that are floating around you, and most look like just normal different things.
Why did you attack the poor man?
He was very suspicious, and also Melian, indicated that she grabbed him. So what's going on, Melian?
Sir,
What do you find?
Have you been suspicious?
I probably have his mouth covered.
You have his mouth covered.
But he's still
He has his hand, and did you press him to the side of his horse, or like to the side of a tree?
I'm like cradling to him. His back is to my chest.
To your
and,
chest.
Yeah, I'm just
Okay.
holding him.
Well,
Look,
this is happening.
one arm under his.
Look. He is a courier. His job is to deliver mail. There's no way that any normal human courier would just walk up to a group like us and start telling us about things here, military orders.
Is it a car or something? Or behind him? Just
No, that's a horse.
He was a messenger rider.
Rockstar's going for the
What's the wanted?
5 different wanted posters. Order of the night.
9 Swords of the Hollow Valley.
Night. Or I'm gonna say the Knights of a different night group.
Oh, okay.
No. I was gonna say different night group. It is Knights of the Hollow Valley Dead.
Fuck.
Knights of the Hollow Valley. That's beneath the wanted. Knights of the Hollow Valley Dead. Reward of 5,000 gold to northern stragglers. Found with the remains of a troll body.
So who are the fellows wanted?
You see simple sketch drawings. One looks kind of like a horseman. One looks like a tusked face.
That could be any tusk man.
I can even take my tusk off. It's not even a problem.
That could be any.
There's a human and like another human like on there. And there's like 3 humans. 4 if you're including Grok. There's tusk but basically human, and then a horseman.
Does it say horseman?
Doesn't have a name. Simply just that these are like crimes committed. Bad.
Man speaks from staff.
I'm gonna
Okay.
walk up
I
to
will
him.
uncover his mouth and just, if any weapons on him, I take them out and just put them on the ground.
Yeah, no, didn't have any weapons on him the entire time, but you released his arms. He was kind of just like struggling against your mouth.
I've like one.
You just grab it.
But there's one in his mouth.
Alright.
Cool. He's got one arm that's just flapping around, like trying to do stuff.
That's fine. He can't do. He's weak.
We're gonna let you calmly explain a little bit about why you are here talking to us right now. And if you say something I don't like, I'm gonna tell Monkey to twist your head off.
Oh,
Well, I'll do arms first, then head. Sure.
We're not gonna
I'm gonna do a
kill him.
perception check to see
It
if
doesn't have to
there's
kill
any water bodies of water anywhere around.
there are.
Is there a body of snow?
Behind you, north? Yeah.
Oh, they're not near us.
Like not. Is it like
The far edge of the forest that you're now at the front edge of.
No, we should probably go
There's
further
a
away
faint
from
layer
the
of
road,
snow, not
into the forest more. Right?
You might be able to find some mud, yeah.
is it
It's
covered?
gonna look right to the
No,
top.
buddy.
Let's go further
It's
south.
all good.
Okay.
Rock will pick him up and walk him to a
I'm
pile.
carrying him. I'm currently grabbing him.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, because he could run.
Okay, then
Why do you think he's running?
the Grok will gather Murky to the.
Hold on a minute.
What are you doing
Could
with
you
all of the
hook up
papers?
Viper to the cart and we'll go further into the forest away
There
from
only
it?
seems to be about the five
Okay,
different
cool.
copies of the set of each paper, so there's a fair bit of few of those papers.
We
Well, look at those. Continue looking for. Look at the good things. At least
we
they don't
travel
have
further into the forest away from the road, taking his horse and cart.
You find another thing, but it's burned. I guess that is the weird thing. So, and it is like a shred of paper left. You're not entirely sure why this kid would have it. It's not a part of anything that's kind of known. It does seem like it was a letter that had tried to be burned beforehand. And as Melion specifically pulls out what is the only thing in this bag that I identify as a burned piece of paper, you watch as what was Grok doing?
Oh, Grok wanted to lead him to a puddle of mud, so he was gonna.
Okay, so you and Moki and them kind of
I also said we're just going further into the forest.
cool.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So you all begin to move, and yes, so you'll find an area further in the forest where there's a little
Just
bit of
away from the
a little
road.
bit of mud, but you see he doesn't slip out of your grasp, though he does. He slips his other hand out, and you felt the whole time that there was something in his hand, but it was tiny. It was like a pebble.
Sort of like the one hand.
At that point,
Yeah.
no, he slips his arm out because it's like a coin size, but actually like a little piece of stone flint, and you realize that with his other hand, he just seems to grab something else from in one of the many pockets on his coat, and then just throws it, and you see it just enter into his own satchel.
That Melion's carrying?
Yep. You see like a, and it's glowing. As
Anything
it's
we
thrown.
can do with it, or
You just start
have
to
like
see.
any block or no? Like I assume Melion. Okay, the fucking rope.
You can't
I understand. Should I grab
grab
it?
something out of the air. I don't think Moki would have time. I think no, it's against the AC of the bag, and this guy will look
Even
the bag starts to burn.
I break with his arm.
It was okay, sure. That would just
It's pretty useful. We actually burned all the evidence. I was gonna do it.
you think I got?
Yeah, it is. We talked.
But that was stuff. It was information we could have used if we found out what it was.
Letters. You're just gonna bail for it. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Can we just talk to him for a second?
Okay.
I feel like you're
Well, I
all,
did tell him to find himself, and he
you're
said
all
all this
so
stuff on
quick
fire.
to violence.
You also would have definitely pulled out
Yeah,
one other
he's
letter
very
before
suspicious.
it all, and that was just
He burned.
license for
We had
weapon
one person
approval,
Why doesn't it matter?
a bunch of the
Speak
a
to him.
new
I'm not
arrival
covering
of
his mouth. He's
weapons
not speaking.
later this week.
Being,
But these are
Say how many years.
no, it's a new arrival, so like a large sum. But
He
they
just-
are
just broke his
from
arm.
Falls Rock
He
and
just
classified
burned
as
his satchel.
silver
That's not
weapons.
the actions
So,
of a
like a
scared
town
man.
preparing for some sort of,
satchel, you can burn anything else. But
He doesn't seem scared, does he?
you broke both of his arms. He's probably, there's probably a little bit of piss.
Yeah, not scared at all.
I'm really sorry about my friends. Look, we'll let you free.
You think the town doesn't know?
I don't even care about time.
How do they care about you? They care about the things you kill. They care about the people you ruin.
Buddy,
We haven't really ruined any people's lives,
you
have we?
ruined everyone's day. You destroyed some important man.
You said you were already having a bad day.
Yes, and you made it worse.
I did not.
Now, bud, there's ways to atone for these.
You broke both my arms.
What's you got a last name?
Moro.
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 Okay, well, Mr. Moro. Just, you know,
You're not gonna let me live.
We could.
why would we not
Why
let you live?
Because you
Nah, look, everything that you had useful
just like not looking at you.
was either in that bag, which you now conveniently burned, or it's in your head. And we can't get any information out of you if you're dead. So why would we kill you?
Yes.
Not true. Oh, yeah, it's definitely not true.
Look,
But
if
we'd
you
like to
want
believe it's so you can
to
live
see
on.
your family at the end of the day, all you gotta do is answer some questions.
You see, like, he begins to cry.
Can I do a sense of nerve check to see if he's actually, like, just a mailman? Because his actions say spy, inquisitor, something. Okay?
Cool.
He's a real shit inquisitor. Better, it's not true.
12.
Okay, well, he had a bag of wanted posters.
Yeah.
He looked like he actually did have some sort of mail, although, like, Million's reading them, they more look like delivery receipts, which is kind of weird. Definitely holds the attire of a mailman, but obviously has been given some sort of amount of notice that, I don't know, somehow, even over a course of a week and a bit, that he's meant to keep an eye out. And the funny thing was, he referenced you as being an immediate indicator, but then stopped looking at you. And so, and as you're trying to talk to him, he's like, I knew they would know. If you enter that town, they would know. And he's now looking at you.
Why did you walk
Just
up
like, still behind me. Okay, cool.
Because I can't tell you.
You're also pretty dumb.
If I brought you to Fort Rock, there are people there that can take you to a prison that can hold him. This town is.
What, so you're just gonna lead us to Ball Rock?
You asked for me to do it, and I was
Came
free.
up to us out of assuming it from your words that you wanted to collect on the bounty.
Or was there a bounty?
Wanted. There was wanted
$5 grand
posters.
for us.
$5 grand. Maybe I should turn you in myself.
Oh my god.
There was one for you as
Said
well.
that, it's not a funny joke.
Here we are.
I apologize.
What color is his hair?
No hair, bald.
Hold?
Mm.
Hold on.
Eh,
Hold.
Here we are.
the Dagenfond brand. They put a title of money in front of it. They don't. They don't mean that you get $5,000. They mean that it costs $5,000 to be repaid to the people and the costs and the wares. I would have gotten $5,000 and left.
What if we return one of these?
What are we even wanted for?
I think we killed a bunch of that.
Which isn't true. It was the necromancer.
How would
Bullshit.
you know it unless you did it?
We worked with those
Literally
knights
sitting
to.
right
to
here. Not
Don't
so
you remember
cool.
the necromancer?
No, but you know. Oh, you can read Kulik.
why do
Explain this person to me. I assumed that. Okay. God damn it.
Yes,
Guys, we have to rewind. I don't know what this says.
you can read Coleman. You can read Kulik.
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't know that you're an elf.
Well, I think we should get out of the
I don't know
Keter.
how he would know. I'd like
Obviously, little Keter is now bad.
So,
That's what I said. Can he see your ears?
just what group was the one that, commissioned these ones?
Didn't he say the Daggerfond brand?
Can you not speak for me? Thank you.
The Dagenfonds fork the bill. The payment is just like looking at you. Like the payment is. The Knights of Perdition do most of the bounty hunting, but they have their jurisdiction runs under the Church of the Righteous Flame, which means the priests of the church inside the KRUELER designate
So, it comes from
the church.
the church. And it's just Dagenfond is sponsoring.
Subsidiary. It's a big word for me to know.
Wait, so Daggerfond is sponsoring the bounty, but the church isn't?
The church was on that right about, and Dagenfond's finding the money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's no notable like correlation. It's a bindery in a church. They really, churches supply books, I guess.
So, guys, I know how we were talking about how
Is it Lady Dagger form?
we wanted
Yes.
to
Well, you.
keep let him live and walk backwards.
Yes.
Oh no, we're taking him with us.
I kind of need his head.
Well, no, that can be done later.
Wait.
Oh, fuck you.
We don't need to kill him.
Oh, I know we don't have to.
Please.
We probably should. But
We're going to take you with us to wherever we go and then drop you off.
He
Yeah.
begins to speak a bit of Barazard, which you're
I
familiar
have
with,
a
a bit of like self-prayer and, remorseful.
Stop talking about killing him.
Yeah, we're not going to kill him.
He's clearly scared.
I just strip him of anything else he has in his pockets. So
Yeah, you
whatever.
just like derobe him. It's actually quite a nice cloak, which either Melion would stay warm in.
You
Like
like
he
the
wasn't offering
We
it.
can take the valley away now.
sure, I'll take an extra cloak.
Sorry,
I need more.
there's no hood. It's like a large leather overcoat that kind of like you'd imagine a cowboy or one of those would wear.
You
It's a
can find
long
a
leather.
skull from someone else. We're keeping him alive.
What happened to the monster that was roaming around?
The hounds, they brought it back in a few pieces. I think the church has it, but the hounds, they were the ones who said that there was a centaur that helped escape the troll escape, and that the town chased them north, and that they lost them in the wastes.
Okay.
The valley.
The hounds went after it. They came back, and this creature, who was once a priest, has now been returned to the church.
I think they had like 2 arms
2 arms.
and
Most
like
things do have 2 arms.
and just the lower half. There was no head. There was no chest. They floored it for you.
So the church has it.
It was the last deposit, I think.
And how long ago was that?
4 days.
1 day. Okay.
Right. Well, what about the secret entrance in the church?
And we're not going back to KRUELER.
What?
We're not going in KRUELER, are we?
Near the passage.
Doesn't matter.
I've been down there.
If you come back into the garden walls, the hounds will hunt you. It's not my job. They will get the pay. I don't need money.
If the hounds hunt us, we'll hunt them back.
We're not picking fights with every single thing we meet.
Yeah, grow
Of
up.
course not.
Why
We're
would
just
we...
gonna kill them if they do.
Alright, probably, but
Do we really need to go into KRUELER?
yeah, we need to figure out what's going on with the church and why the church
We
wants to
simply
control
live by a simple thing. If you fuck with us,
Tell me they made it.
we'll fuck with you.
Well, yeah, I know that, but what obviously, if they made it, they're going to use those parts
You
or something
yet
else.
haven't fucked with us.
Well, no,
I kind of did just walk up to us like an idiot. Even he doesn't know what his plan was.
Yeah, he was very impulsive.
You tried to fuck with us.
Well,
no, I mean, he's successful.
in that case,
Well, no, I guess it was just
if all we need to do is find out stuff about the church,
Frustrated himself.
I can't really do that since stuff. It's just,
Well, it
just
seems
Cornell.
like right now you
Well.
can't do anything because as soon as you step foot anywhere near a KRUELER, you're going to be persecuted.
So,
Yeah.
You stink of horse! He says in Barazad.
He's very smelly, I know.
You hear out of the door!
I just
say-
cover
I
his mouth
say
again.
Perfect Barazan, that's very rude.
He's like horrified that an elf speaks this language.
Okay.
He was holding his composure, like looking at you kind of more like a normal person.
No
Now
more
he
talking
looks
for
at you
you.
like a, I don't know.
And there are no other monsters that have been in KRUELER
Not that much.
since the troll.
Yes. Do you mean except for the humankind?
Yeah, I mean, like, specifically.
There was a. I don't know if he's still in town. I have not gone back in since. There's a big gray giant. He has a big metal belt, and he tries to burn down the buildings that protested.
What else direction was the...
Say that one again?
He is a knight of the Hollow Valley, and he is coming into the town to seek retribution for the deaths of his 5 comrades.
Right, and he's just a big fat dude who burns stuff.
Half of his face is half of his he just like does this and kind of like looks like he's skitzing out.
What about what was that lady's name?
It looked like it was going west, so directly no, more towards. Oh, sorry, your original hiding point, like your original. So towards Armor, towards the place you've just come from, so west.
Yeah.
Towards the Wicker Rock Forest, yeah. Not this forest you're in.
There's potentially a passageway to enter the church through that direction. That's just based on spirit.
Wait, for the graveyard into
What
the
it looked like, it didn't look like a rough, it looked like a catacomb. It looked like it was built either under the city or the city was built over it. It's...
Right. Well, Mark, I happen to know another way to the city, but I need your help. If you
Maybe that's
successfully
how
lead us to that,
I don't know.
And we're like above it.
we'll let you. Because I think that there's a secret passage into the city.
Well, we're off of the road now, further up, but yeah.
All of that green is frozen.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, damn it.
This church is built in some sort of
Collapsing.
So, I'm not very familiar.
Did you know anything about Mr.
I have no idea. He looks at you like he has no fucking clue. He didn't know there was some sort of secret entrance under the church. Which, by the way, you did not find a church. You found like an apothecary, a much smaller version of a type of church, which had that. And he was talking about a church, which different thing.
Sergeant Sensima?
Yeah, did you know much about Mr. Sinsema?
Looks like that does spark something, and then he's like, "Do I remember it?" See, he was a knight, I think. He was one of the ones that helped you escape, right?
Oh,
No.
yes, it's not us. Anyways, not about that.
You seem perplexed. Is it just because you think he helped us, or because there's something else you're not telling us?
There are 5 men on the 4 wanted men and 1 wanted horseman.
You're saying he's one of the wanted people?
I think so. Yes.
Oh, God.
No.
Interesting. And who's the chick that told us to get his head?
Not very well.
Well, I was gonna. Okay, never mind.
What are you
If he knows about her, and if there's any news. So you haven't been in KRUELER in 6 days, or 4 days?
5 days ago was my last. I'm about to go into it.
Where did you go?
West. First, not west, south. Is the town near Kings Bay called San Mora.
Any loved ones?
He looks like he's still kind of weeping, but you can see his expression gets dull every time you try to mention family.
At this, like, hostage, like, you're supposed to guilt us into not wanting to kill you by telling you to your family or something. We're gonna go, shit, that's a problem.
Why would you be guilty for a human?
You guys with a slight sense motive and Grok just saying that, trying to continue talking, he just lets out the tiniest, most defeated little.
Grok.
He is right.
We're not gonna kill
the best hostage.
I have no reason not to kill you right now. Give us something.
Well,
please.
you can't kill him because I won't let you.
We'll kill him now.
Yes.
Come on, man.
Have you
Give
heard?
me some.
Have you heard any rumors? Anything strange going on in the town?
Plus, it's like meaningful.
Like,
The rampant disease and the.
okay, that's good. Now tell me about that.
It hasn't died. It's been here since the first incursion that they thought were trial.
Okay, so tell me about it.
The priests, some came from the east and some came from the south, and they came to KRUELER, and they were aligning with the Kaligo garrison and the hounds to try and find a cure or a remedy. I think they were going to Tulun Port because they think they've got good herbalists there. But
What's the disease? What happens when you have it?
it's a type of it makes people very sad. But it's like a
Do you mean like depression?
no, it's painful. So
That's a mental illness.
It's like
I wouldn't classify that as a disease.
I thought that was it.
yes, but I think it was I think it came
I
from
told you about it.
Oh shit.
the Turtle Lake, or like from a boat.
Okay.
They don't think it came from the town. Oh, but then there was apparently some sort of mini demon incursion. A bunch of demons were helping you.
They're helping us.
Oh, piece of shit. They got my shits.
There was also like a
So much misinformation.
like a goat.
Where did they come from?
There's a lot of there's darkness everywhere. I just want to leave.
Like a goat with eyes around it?
It was a goat skull. It's now spiked. It's a head that is spiked in town.
How many casualties happened in the town?
That's interesting. You might not know exact numbers. I feel like
You
that's
mean
not
from
fair.
the troll? From the Night of the Hunt?
Yeah, not long. Casualties.
Night of the Hunt. Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm not. I receive reports. There's a big difference between being a part of the maybe 50 people. They were hunting a wolf, I think, but they came back with something that they came back with nothing, and then they just went into town, and then they just pulled someone out of town, and it wasn't the wolf, it was a troll.
Okay. Look, I'm sure as you've realized by now, we clearly didn't do it. What you're saying. So, you as a man of the people, is there anything you think would be able to clear our name? Like maybe if we went to Turtle Lake and got rid of the rampant disease. You think that'd be enough, or we sought out too?
Well, if the disease was in the town, you'd have to cure the disease in the town. Maybe they'd start to respect you, but I don't. And he just his arm's broken. He
Look,
doesn't even point.
We're a centaur, an elf, an orc, and a human. They'll only forgive you.
I'm fine, man. Means I can get clothes.
You know what we could do? We could just leave Keter Sanctuary.
Money, that was a joke.
The only thing in Sanctuary is
Well, no, we need to go into KRUELER.
That is.
sneaking. I guess
There
sneaking
is
the way that's said.
new. You said 800 people. It was not 800. There was like a 100 or like 200 new people that
Did he have his
became in the military.
Did he have his license on him?
Probably in the bag they burned the shit. Unless it was in one of the pockets they took out.
Well, that means you can't even get into the town in the first place.
Yeah, that's gonna. Did you burn your own license?
No, he's from there.
Why did you
I'm
burn?
not from Kula. I'm from Sanmura. I told you.
Why did you even burn your? Oh,
Or something like that. They dropped the people into the Caligo garrison, the barracks. That's why you can hear the chanting.
And is this after they got the body from the house?
About the same, if not the same day. There was also there's now knights of the Hollow Valley that just patrol inside of the town. You'd know he's 10 feet tall and covered in scars,
Yeah.
and he likes to burn things.
Which way did the priest go?
They went east with their Lord Pyra. I don't know. They were the man. He brought people along there. He called them summer recruitments, and they were just given to the military for.
Wait, that's the same. Isn't that the same lord that we heard them chanting?
And so they were.
Yeah.
Will Pyro?
They were
chanting Pyro.
They were wearing him on their shoulders.
And they were wearing him on his shoulders. And were these religious folks from the church, or is the church still?
The church went with them east. Or, sorry, the main priest, because there was a former priest. Now the town doesn't have a priest. The priest actually has an entire collective, a coven, but they all went with him east.
East to where?
To
Like San Morin? No, south.
east to Falls Rock.
So,
And
where's that?
it is on the
Yeah, I know.
eastern
I'm
mountains.
saying, like, what's their destination?
Well,
Probably Serotonin. That's
no.
east of Full Rock.
normally you can go through the mountains of Falls Rock to get to the city,
Of Serotonin.
but there's been some blockages, so I don't know how slow that trip has now become. Might be even, but it's. I could have just spotted you and then just fled and just told everyone where you were, but I thought
That would have been the smart thing.
that.
Now you have 2 broken arms. But, luckily for you, you actually gave us worthwhile information. So, we're gonna let him live.
I promise I won't. I will. I'll keep doing this job, but I won't. I won't put your names on the list.
Well,
That's very kind.
I'm fine with letting him live, but if you're going to go to the church and sneak in, how about I keep him in camp while you're doing that? And then when you're done, we let him go and leave.
No, we don't need to hold the fella hostage.
No, I was going to put him in camp, feed him.
That is called holding him hostage.
We can leave if he wants to.
Alright.
For the forest of 2 broken legs.
Was there anything else we needed to ask him?
Oh, really?
No.
Alright.
Hey, do you know if Dagger Force
We're not cutting his head off. I feel like you're about to kill him.
For the crowd.
No. Someone shouldn't kill him.
Make a diplomacy check.
Okay.
It's not wrong. 14.
That's okay, but like,
As we said, we'll let you live. But we gotta remove something very important to you before that happens.
make an intimidation check.
It's not intimidation, this is just gonna happen.
Rob, can you
pulls out
please?
his tongue.
No.
Oh!
Alright, sorry, bud, we can't have you speaking or else. Tell me you can probably right. Yeah, you're right. Look at your fingers.
No. I break all his fingers.
His arms aren't attached to the sockets.
No, I'm like, fingers in the snap, like wool burns.
Yeah, the arms are broken. You basically almost accidentally rip off his arm because they're just sockets. It's just flesh. There's no bone holding his arm together. You snap his arms back, dislodging them. The fingers are broken. His tongue is cut, and he will bleed out because that's how it works.
I'm so sorry, sir.
Rob,
Can I shoot him in the face? Wait, what? Who's the person
You know
that
what?
just destroyed this man's life? He has no way of doing anything ever again.
His whole job is to deliver
Look, he
messages.
doesn't arrow
Something spoken.
He was literally going to say, "Oh yes, the dagger for the state."
Do you think through the things you do, or do you just do things by impulse at all
I
times?
was fully prepared to let him go, but
I was gonna let him go off the cutting his tongue.
Yes.
And then you, after thought, were like, oh wait, he can probably ride. And then you broke his fingers, which he can still ride with. Okay, cut his broke his fingers. Well, that was the smart thing to do after that, except you should have thought of that before you cut off his tongue. Whatever.
It's just a sad, blackened, bruised
Now I
body.
can't even use his head. What a shame. Well, now we can use his clothes as a disguise for you. How nice.
Which you already stripped off him, and so he's just basically he's only got a loincloth.
Can we just like go on forward? Can you leave the speaking to us too? Please.
I'm going back.
This was a mess that I feel as though we could have avoided.
Oh, what's that? Why didn't you use so much time and just let him walk off?
Why are you're the problem?
You were also the problem.
Yeah, I know.
Stop trying to
I
break
admit
people.
that. But
The head chip is
He
just
was
stuck
also
in there. You've got
partly the
stick.
problem.
You probably
lost
could have
the
just put
part
a
in the
cut
foot.
down the middle of the tongue so that it would have hurt every time he tried to talk.
No, he just tongue is fair.
I don't think it did. Even if he
Well,
told
if
them
we leave
where
the body here,
location
perhaps we
was,
know.
we would have
Look
just...
back in my day, it's not that big of a deal. Your tongue gets chopped off.
You
You
got
get a little bit of healing magic.
you got beaten up for like 6 years.
Yeah. And if you tell him, that's how it goes. I'm not allowed to
That's,
speak anymore.
I mean,
You spoke too much.
I can't really argue with your logic apart from the fact that he would have died out because there isn't really
Oh,
healing
I was going to
magic.
heal him.
Oh, you were gonna heal him.
Yeah, but we just broke his fingers and he just bled out. Doesn't matter.
No,
Wait,
it
it
was arrow
was
in his face.
potentially an avenue for diplomacy
Also,
that was annihilated as soon as he got his tongue out. Of course.
if we just let him,
And now it's gone.
I was gonna like hold him for like a few days till you finish his thing and let him go.
again, that was not a good idea
Why not?
because that's just holding a man hostage. If we just let him,
that probably would have been the best idea. If
If
we're
we
only
just-
staying for one bat now.
Yeah.
if we just let him go, he wasn't gonna talk
Well, how do we know that?
because he said
Yes, but he was stupid enough to go near us. Why wouldn't he be stupid enough to talk?
because he knows we would kill him.
Well,
I think it's too
I
stupid.
mean, when people are safe in towns, they
I
don't
don't
give a
think
shit
so.
anymore because they have the whole mission.
He seemed like an honest man.
He seemed like.
He burned. Okay.
He told
He
me
seemed like an idiot. He died for it. Anyway. Well, okay. So we can't go to the town normally. Look, Cornell.
It's a good warning.
I was fine letting him live. Look, Cornell.
You clearly want him. You want his stuff so bad.
I can't use it. Also, tough. Actually, I don't know.
he got an arrow to the forehead.
It seems as though the only one that cares about what's in KRUELER is you.
Yes.
Is it really that important?
I am now more worried about this Lord Pyra, especially since the religious people left with him.
Well, yeah, that's a separate issue, probably. He's
That is-
spreading the snake hole.
That is my main issue at the moment.
So we should
Well,
follow him then.
I'm
Whatever you
completely
want.
Fine with that.
Oh, didn't you need something from
Boom.
the church?
All we needed was the tome from Professor Dagenfall.
Do you think they took that with them, or is it
You
still in the
said the
church?
church is what you were wanting to do.
Yeah, because the church is doing freaky experiments.
Melion, the last thing you gained from that conversation is that he seemed to register, and he said crags. When you said flocks or crags, he said crags. So that's there.
Okay.
But you also would know that because of the crags, where the round table is, you saw in that whole area, there was the biggest church structure there. So that's all in the same place, roughly.
Also, the reason we're at KRUELER is we need to get his ship as well. But actually, inside of
We can
KRUELER,
only do one thing. That one.
yes.
We can't go after Lord what's his face, even though I remember his name perfectly. Or go to his ship. There's no other thing. Also, we're not going to get a trip here. Also, we still don't have any strength or crew.
And if they left 4 days ago, they're probably
And the ship's
well
on
on
the
their way.
lake, like somewhere in there, right? Or on no shore. That's right.
A week's journey south, yeah.
Alright. I'm just going to clean up his head a bit. I actually could possibly still use it.
You use it chopped off.
Yeah, kind of a little over it. Yeah, I know what I can do on my current
Look,
Okay.
I still think it's worthwhile while we're here. Keep the dumb ones outside. We sneak in, try and figure out any sort of remnants that they left here. And then, if we find nothing, we can either go for the ship or we're here. We might as well make use of it.
And honestly, other than the
How the hell did he
impression
die
these
so
people
easily?
going to be
AKA.
attacking KRUELER, but
I
they just
didn't
went.
think they'd be attacking. I figured they would be trying to corrupt.
Yeah, he did.
No, it seemed to just
I know
went
he
through
did, but
all
also
the religious work that was freaky anyway and left.
Yeah, but that ain't
They wouldn't
good.
have something to die.
They head towards Full Rock and then Saratuni.
It also means they have enough power to sweep out the religious people who were basically a secondary government of KRUELER.
Also potentially line of defense if they were holding back a disease, which is said to be rampant in that town.
Most religious people would say.
Well,
Yeah, but they had this Lord Pyra is an issue.
if they're heading towards, if you're heading to Saratuni, then that's just really just a slave market. I don't think they can do a lot of stuff there.
I want to go see if Edmina's still there.
That was her name.
We can ask. Hopefully, she'd be alright. We could potentially, with her help, bring you two into town.
If she's still alive.
If she hasn't left town, I feel like she wouldn't have been killed. She's
I don't think there's any way I'm getting into town.
No, I don't think there's any way you can go into town at all.
So I'll just be in the forest with Grok until he leaves.
Oh,
Unless you're able to find a way to Well, maybe not now, but in the future, we need to figure out a way of dealing with
You
this.
all working?
Because we can't really do anything with him around.
Yeah. It'll take a while to think this one.
So does that mean I'm going in first, and then you'll go in after?
I'm gonna make you a magic item. That will give you the star set. So, I feel like we should all go to the rock forest.
Cool.
So
Can I
let's
be
camp so
present
we
with
know
that?
where they are. And then it'll
Really?
give me some time to maybe all
I can
this.
see past.
Okay, let's do that then. These two can look for that entrance as well.
What's a creature type?
Sure, yeah. You even notice that on the top of this guy's, or actually inside of this guy's bag, there is a place where he could. There is like an actual inbuilt
Oh wait.
piece of steel. So what he chucked the flint at sparked on the edge of his bag. His bag has a natural piece of steel in which, or actually, sorry, reverse. It is a piece of flint
He was fully prepared to
in
fight
which
the bag up
he
for
can light something like a flare on the side of the road and signal the stuff. So
That guy was more dexterous than me.
So you can take a piece of like fire starting equipment with you as you go.
That's because you've never tried.
I don't think I can get the force.
No, I'm sure you could.
I want everyone to make me stealth checks again as you're going back, crossing that intersection again, including your horse.
Stop using this die. 'Cause it's 20.
Oh,
20.
Oh, well.
7.
Yeah.
Come on.
Better.
16.
16.
Now one for me.
Again.
Wait, really?
And,
2 not ones in a
11.
row.
And
I
a
love
5
having-
plus 4 for Viper.
I love having
So-
a rogue in the
Yeah, that's your first nat one.
He rolled another nat
That's my third
one.
nat one this time.
Two stealth rolls.
Gotta pay attention, kid. Come on.
So,
Sorry, you didn't announce your other one.
He did.
I
Yeah.
I'm just saying that one. I'm not going to tell you the
Uh,
yeah.
unless you want me to, I guess.
Probably, yeah, he's the counter. Maybe. Not important.
Alright.
Okay. You make your way back through and kind of now beginning to follow the map that 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 Melion, too many names.
That's me.
Melion got from,
Millions of the
I'm
elf.
trying to remember her name. Edwina.
And Nina. Sorry.
You see, that's what I've mixed them all together. I haven't said it for like 4 weeks. It's been like 10 weeks.
It's been a while.
You curve down the side of where the cliff face is. Now, you're going a little bit to a different track, but you can follow the same routes you came in, because now, when you were cutting like straight through the forest on your first journey out, now you're trying to hug the edge of the wall.
Yeah.
Because KRUELER is actually the side where it's called the Crags. It's called the Crags because it's about 50 feet tall above the Wicker Rock Forest. So there are buildings that overlook, but you kind of can use all of that foliage that a natural forest has to kind of
Are we able to use some discovery points to have a path through?
yes. You would, so using three discovery points used. You never made a decision, so I won't say you used any beforehand, but you've got all the ones you've got now. Using a moderate way sign will help you track using Grok's geography, and because you're getting into a familiar area, Moki's nature or survival can help you find that hole you want to look for. But that'll take 3 discovery points because you're using a map and a few other things. Now, there is actually another key. There was a map that was given to you, to what Grok said, by the troll who escaped. There's a bunch of indicators on that map that you have not analyzed. That would use more discovery points. That would use 5 discovery points. But that could give you a much better clue as to that area. Or you can gamble your own POV with 3. There's a bunch of markings in KRUELER, and you're not exactly sure what those mean.
Sure, guys' choice. I don't really care.
You guys ran away from the.
you can use those.
Would be already points?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have
We have
6.
6. Or the way around.
You got 6. You use them all.
Use them all.
Sure.
Okay, so use 5 out of your 6. 5 out of 6. There is something that is familiar to you, Grok, about that map. I'm not going to make you do the geography check because that's what I was going to make you do beforehand. The troll was actually like pointing, and he, even when he gave you that map, which at that point was soaked in water, you remember he was just drawing in the dirt 3 symbols side by side. You drew it in your book. They are. You take some time over the day you spend getting to the edge of this. So over the day of you analyzing this, you make your way through the Lumbara Valley, which is that weird spinal valley. You don't find any snakes, but the ground is still warm. It is still flaked with green shards. Like really thin type of glass shards that are only visible in daylight.
That is the direction where the thunder hit?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. When you had hit basically the top point, the top left side of KRUELER, and behind you, you saw a flash of light, and it didn't look like it was the valley. It looked like it was somewhere in the forest where that lightning bolt hits. But Grok, there is something that reminds you of your pirate days. Not long before. It is
the best part I've ever seen.
Your understanding of stars comes into play with this.
That's awesome.
You see a path, although you're not quite sure where the lineup is. So on that map there you've got in front of you, and in your book, you drew a symbol that correlates in your book to the map, and that is a set of stars that symbolize a god, the god Einerta, which is the god of the forests, the god of the hunt, a few other things. God of trees.
Assuming that's Dagger for a Bible.
Yep. It's that'll be the goal for the
Dagger points both. Dagger point.
but I don't know the ones. Maybe the rounds.
I don't know. That's
TRF is what you see on that map.
is the dagger and bar.
Is the dagger and boat. So there you go. You've got that. So now that you're looking at it, I mean, you could horizontally now angle those stars to the edge of the forest. So coordinating it, maybe there's something there. That actually doesn't tell you if there is a hole there, but that 3 buildings marked in a western angle.
Maybe they're connected.
And one of them
That one was called the Round Tower, right?
Yeah. You might be finding also the FFA, Fallen Flame Apothecary. And then there is another one which you thought is the bindery, Dagenfon for the D. And then there is another one there. And they all line up. And there is, obviously the bow has a trajectory with an arrow that actually points down south. If you're looking at the star symbol, the bow and arrow slings together and shoots downwards. So there could also be a clue to a southern entrance, or, like you said, a western. That's it.
I believe that's the true Rashish Flame. Maybe it's not the Rashish Flame.
Yes.
I thought it was called the Church of Rashish Flame.
So what's going on?
Do you know what a Diev Conroy extract is?
I don't think so.
No, but extracts are like an extract is like an alcohol, or a synthesized type of something else that is alchemical. And now you're seeing that's the name Azir, which you heard the dude say in relation to the priest that just left.
Right.
So why would a priest? Who knows?
I assume it's something they make. Probably out of human body parts. Or other beasts. Oh, no, wait.
He's receiving an
Receiving
extract.
it from the bats or whatever.
Or, I mean, it could just be he's got a disease and the extracts is quick fix. What's the golden ring?
I think it's just like a circle of. It was like vineyard, wasn't it?
Golden ring, Moki, make a local check. Golden ring for Melion.
They probably just
7.
I mean,
In like, something in your brain twitches at that golden ring, but no, you don't register. And
Some sort of information here.
you know what you've heard
I
of?
mean, not so circle.
You've heard of cultists that burn a golden ring into their hand? That's horrifying and a human thing to do, but you don't know of anyone in this continent. That's not a continent, that's not this continent thing, that's an Isaurian thing. Gold is more unique to that side.
Oh, this was in the coming week, and the man hasn't been in town for a week, so it's probably going to be there a day or so. Might be able to check that out. But
That piece of paper was also pre-burned in the binder before you ever got to burning everything else. That was pre-burned.
I don't know the extract, no.
Maybe it's a plant. Look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm just here to enable all of you. I don't give it. I think we should go south and start a wine business or something. Start trading.
You know what?
Could we go at least east then south so that we can start there?
How about this? If we collect all of the tomes, we can start a wine business. That's my bargain. Deal?
All right. I'm fine with whatever you want to do.
Can we do it in deep woods if no one around?
Why do you want to deal with this
Because I'm
Pyra guy?
I'm of a curious mind.
Just curiosity.
Oh no, Pyra is because he came from Calico.
Right.
And I ain't never heard of a Lord Pyra before.
Surely it would be easier just to go to Calico and ask them.
Probably not. No.
All right.
Probably would be easier.
What does it say?
Yeah. So you know how you're 5 feet from us when we're having this conversation? So you would know that it's probably a code.
What does that mean?
It's probably a jumbled up letter. You know what an anagram is?
Oh.
We think it's encoded. Or maybe this is a red herring and the rest of it's encoded.
Alright.
I don't know.
Or maybe
It's very difficult skill.
maybe the starting letter of each sentence actually spells the word figure it out.
Maybe this was planted here in that guy's bag so that we would find it and then go look for this extract for some reason.
Maybe
And make
actually
it,
the guy who we just killed is a spy of the nation, and he was actually going to help us get back into KRUELER.
he did not indicate that at all.
And he did that by leading us to the paper.
Maybe. Well, he's dead now, so we can never surprise.
Well, yeah, that's unfortunate.
The breast extract from the golden ring. Approved, arriving in the coming week.
Yeah, so it'll arrive
With some wine.
basically today or tomorrow. It's been 5-6 days.
Yeah, I tried to read it in the star pattern.
It is
That
weird.
makes sense. There's no weird.
It's weird that the letter doesn't come with the case of, like you said, it was kind of like a preemptive letter addressing the fact that there was a shipment coming. So it is just weird.
I say box or bone or duke.
Where?
Oh, I see a line there, but it's burnt out.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably
case. Oh,
Well, no, because it's the type of wine. So it's in a case of Duke wine or
is it
Luke wine
blue
or
wine?
Buke wine
can't tell because it's got burns.
I don't know. We can possibly guesstimate it.
blue. It's probably not blue.
Could be blue.
Can you
Humans name wine all sorts of weird
you
stuff.
spell out the word for me? I'm gonna just see if my natural intelligence helps me figure out what it is.
S H D I A V T O N R O I E.
Is that an E at the end?
Yes,
That's a long word.
it is a very long word.
You know, I really hope that it doesn't actually spell something that's like a fantasy D&D word, but is actually like a very common word that a human being would know.
It's all Elven.
It's
not, it's not.
There's literally no way I'll ever figure this one out. I think it spells Viagra.
A little bit. At the edge of the forest, you make your first day's journey. You know that it's getting into the part of the evening where you would search for this hole. Now, I don't know if it's necessarily easier to search for it in night. Are you going to sleep at the edge of the forest? Because that is by the evening where you kind of run yourself. You're in the forest, a kilometer or two, and you're seeing the cliff face of the crags. So you're beside it, but it's getting dark now. So you can either, that if you travel for 5 more hours, you're going to arrive at the edge of Cruel Bay, where your little kid up is. So it's up to you whether you just make it through the night. Up to you.
We're gonna look for a better camp spot.
Or camping here will help you look for the hole.
Look, I think we can camp safe tonight, and then we can come back here in the morning.
Well, once we set up our base camp, that's where I'm using this head.
Sure, let's do that. I guess if you got the head, we don't have much.
Give me like 3 more hours of just traveling to find a better camp spot.
I'll try and decode this one word with my very minimal linguistics.
Look, I can't read Elvish.
It could be
Good work, baby.
Tavern.
There's 9.
Tavern. Did. I got nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Could be tavern something.
Yeah. Could be road.
In canon frustration is what I want.
I see shovel. Wait, no, that's an I.
There's no L.
Chevy.
Shoved.
Bread.
There's no D.
Could be shop.
There's a bunch of P's.
Turn around.
Yeah.
It's upside down, the whole thing.
Could be.
A is a weird the.
Could be Nova. Toy. Decision. Could be.
Okay. So, you're approaching and looking for a place where you could find camp. So it's funny to you that while these guys are kind of staying, like, you found kind of a safe-ish area, but you're looking for a safer place to rest. The canopy ahead for Grok reveals something that is almost pressed to the edge of this crag wall. It's another... You're starting to get annoyed. Now, this is the 3rd brick tower you've seen. One rose out of tar and water. One you saw was holding a demon that got hit by a thunderbolt. And now you're thinking that there was also a bolt of lightning that hit something in this forest. And you're looking at all the black streaks down the side of it, the kind of jagged arcs where it looks like lightning scorched marks in dark light. You're holding up your little light to it. No. The demon inside of the tower.
I got the wrong.
The group investigated, and then somehow a lightning bolt hit the top of it. That was right when Viper and Grok did that. You guys fled into the fields. So now, Grok, up to you see, and almost to, it's a little different to the one that was in the northern lands that came out of the ice spires, but it's very similar to the graveyard tower.
Oh, so you want some good news and some bad news.
No groaning inside though, so that's lucky.
The good news is I found some shelter.
Oh, nice.
The bad news is it's probably a lynching shelter. What? Oh, it's the Black Tower that we saw ages ago. Just be like a watchtower. Yeah, but it's black and pulsating. It's throbbing. Big throbbing black tower. Stand right there on the landscape.
It is a black tower. It's nighttime, so everything on it looks dark, so you can hallucinate it.
Okay, but I'm dating or not? There's an actual lich in there. We're gonna die. Well, it's probably no.
I'll actually say, even being cautious and going up to it, there was not anything visible inside, which I think is also interesting. It looked kind of relatively cleared out, or just, but it looked like a part of a wall. There's a small chunk of a wall where it offshoots, like there was supposed to be some sort of wall into the forest that never got fully formed, and that tower is 15 feet away from the cliffside of the crags. So you're getting closer in proximity to where you think that lineup would be, but you're now seeing a sign of civilization in the forest, which, by the way, you never stuck close enough to this wall going inwards first. You missed this tower because you were far further to the west in the forest track you were going. So now this wasn't on your former trail, but you've gone off your former trail. Tower.
Anyways, we're seeing a bit of civilization here. Thinking, well, I guess we're
Yeah. It's probably just like some random dude who's living out in the middle of the woods.
So we want to go in the
Just
tower.
build a tower.
Yeah, sounds like a good place. Alright, let's send Ken to the tower. Well, let's investigate it first. Let's go in there.
You mean investigate?
Please
Not
prepare your weapons. There doesn't appear to be any wind.
I will hook the Viper and our new horse to a tree.
There aren't windows as you get closer. A lot of the areas are higher up.
Name. Fuck. We didn't name it.
Yeah. I guess you do have that horse.
You guys choose a name.
So it's only get
I'm
decapitated.
assuming it's my horse because it's a thirsty white
Yeah,
horse.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a rider's horse.
Yeah, there's only my horse.
Saddlebags, probably some extra horse feed and a few other simple essentials. I would actually say some like extra torches, some extra oils. The type of thing that would be used for like a long night out of a ride.
Cool.
As you approach the tower, you're noticing it's heavily decrepit. It looks like it has sustained some damage in the upper parts of the tower. Like that looks maybe less stable than but you see a doorway without a door. And there is, as you get closer, and it's not for Rock to know, but your elven sense become a very strong, if subtle. Underneath, there is like a type of almost swampy smell that's coming here. There is a kind of an underlying layer of rock. No, yeah, old decay, like smothered. You're looking at a glow that is coming down from the roof inside the building, which doesn't have a door, but has a doorway.
What color is it?
Red.
We don't even name horses.
Do you?
All time?
Well, it's a few things, but you're recognizing a similarity because as you kind of look, looking now, not just looking at the glow, looking at it, you're seeing like a triangle, 3 circles at either end of the tips. You're looking at the same circular, like plaque or whatever that specific molded tablet was that was affixed to the floor that a demon was standing on and wasn't able to leave. Now that glow pervades, and you're realizing if someone stepped into the middle of that room under this tower, that might hook them into it. Like it's serving as basically what it was before. It was stopping a demon from leaving. Potentially, this is either waiting for something to come in, or you have no idea.
Alright, from my professional observations, this tower is a booby trap and kind of fucked up. As long as we can go upstairs.
It's this thing again.
And there seems to be a ceiling circle.
What's this metal?
It's the same for its magic, so
Necrotic and abjuration based around. Yeah.
so value, but no. We should not get there. Yeah. Right. Well, we should do it.
We'll deactivate the trap.
Oh, we don't have to activate it at all. Just don't go for fun. You can look if you want.
You see Grok doesn't have the magic, but he walks into the room and kind of walks around the side. You're able to basically enter the place, but keeping a perimeter on the outside, not entering the center of the room.
Grok, would I be too big to go in and not activate it?
Pretty close.
Better to just stay out.
Okay.
And
I'll stay with Viper and Gnome.
okay.
Take a snake though.
Grok, what languages do you speak?
Draconic, Giant, Common, Undercommon, Orc, and Goblin.
Okay. Well, you recognize one of those symbols as undercommon, which refers to an opposed race.
Have a look at it, maybe I can read some other ones.
One is in Sylvan. It reads a symbol you saw in the chamber that you last saw Viper in. It's a symbol that shows in Sylvan Fiend, demonstration of kind of its reverse. You see also a symbol of Undercommon, reversed, but that functions as the symbol of death. or undeath, because it's reversed. And then there's another one, which is the kind of central link. There's two circles at the bottom of this triangle, and the top one is a language you guys don't.
There's no X.
Actually, wait, you said you speak Draconic?
Yeah.
Okay.
The dash.
It's different from before. You did not speak Draconic in D&D.
Oh, no, I did.
You did?
Or is
Yes. So in that you would see the same thing as the undeath symbol as undercommon, except it reverts to undeath. Doesn't matter. The final symbol at the top you don't have the language for, but you do have multiple languages, which is funny because you're reading in multiple languages. The same symbols have reversed meanings in two different languages. So in undercommon and Draconic, they seem to mirror each other, and then in Sylvan, it seems to say fiend, which then you could almost guess that in a fiendish language, it might say Sylvan. So now, you're like, if Moki stepped into this room and Melion says that says Fae, he could get trapped in here. Like that demon was trapped in the center of that. Do a perception check, though. Do that.
I'm gonna roll well.
There's no D.
That's 20.
Looking at
20.
29.
You needed a 25.
Kevin, I got a 20. Second at 20.
There is one window and it's 3 stories up.
Mm-hmm.
It's about once you hit that point, it's one window and it's looking, which is probably the weirdest thing. It's looking at the cracks, like at the cliff face. And because it's looking at the cliff face and it's completely black, you basically don't see anything. Because there is a little bit of light outside with Moki and the horse, and that kind of creates this tiny little glow on the edge of that cliff wall. You see 40 feet up, black hole. Like aligned with the top, the third level of the tower. 40 feet up the cliff face. Just a hole. Black hole. You don't see any, but you've got dark vision, so you can see that there's a black hole, like 40 feet. There, it is aligned with the only window in this whole tower.
I guesstimate from this far away how wide the hole is?
Yeah, I mean, because I would say the distance is 50
rats,
feet.
but
You saw
that's-
there was along that line there was some sort of a wall that maybe was aligned with that, and you think that.
With the tower.
And with the hole, because this thing, it looked like it really just decayed going westward, but eastward, most of that bridge is kind of made a massive break hole. It does seem to be just on the southern side of where that wall would be. So it's not the top half, the northern half of town. It's a little hole where that wall would be on the southern side.
So a tiny hole.
Tiny enough to probably fit people, probably. You're
can.
able to see it, that's how big it is, But it's still in the dark, you're getting it
You
rough.
can't see what I'm pointing at.
It's dark vision.
I can see a weird black thing with a hole.
About 50 feet off the ground. Shouldn't highlight it. Why?
Nothing? No G.
How far away from us?
About 40 feet. It's like the mountain wall, cliff wall of the crags. 40 feet. 50, 40 feet.
I'll try to shoot an arrow into the hole.
Just make me a dexterity roll.
Thread, that's a good one.
I want to see how perfectly you can thread this hole. And are you putting any light onto it? No.
9.
Head.
Yeah.
You know what? That actually makes sense. You watch as the squirrel of Grox crawl off of him, and then crawl onto your arrow as you fire it, and it just completely dips the arrow. But for the sake of having some intelligence, you see that arrow fails, and then you see this little pulsing orange glow just drift through the air like a mote. But you can hear the distant,
Fast.
like the whirring of propellers, and you see it does the job your arrow couldn't, and just seems to land inside of.
I guess you should have.
It's tiny, to the hole, which makes sense. This thing is tiny, but it looks like maybe 15-foot wide hole, 10-foot tall.
It's Funny.
That's a big hole. I could easily.
So you can see the bottom of that like 15-foot drop.
But I assume Scree's like,
The light it produces from an equivalent of a flare can see. Yeah, it's not important. That's
it's like a sheer crag wall.
Yeah, basically. Like there may be like a tiny incline, but not enough to even climb up or down.
Anyways.
I was counting Scree as tiny. If he wasn't, he was small.
Yeah, it's small, but I assume it's more than a foot.
Right.
It's still implying screw size, so still like.
Yeah. So the two of you guys.
What's up?
You're paying attention to. Is Moki looking around, or Moki's helping you? Not really.
What language is it?
It's in common.
No, I cannot read common.
Right. Okay. So you're.
I'm looking around.
You're watching over him. Don't need to do a roll. But with basically a 20 to observe, you notice
I
at one
take 10, that's 18.
to take 10, and an 18 you see eventually from the top part of the tower. You saw your friends go into it, two of them. A small ember spark seems to just drift through the air, like 50 feet up, and then slowly drift towards the edge of that sheer cliff face, which is connected to the town. And then you see that little spark just go and go and go and then disappear. Not like it flickered out, like the cliff face just swallowed it.
I'll just, like, a low yell, like,
Guys, did you hear me?
Somebody grab my arrow. It fell down there. It didn't hit anything, so it shouldn't have broken.
If you can hear me, there's a little flame popped out the tower and went
I'll go
into the
grab it.
cliff.
There's fire, it's just great.
What?
Found the entrance to the cliff. That must be a cave.
Okay.
There'll be entrance, who knows?
So Rock will switch to Scree's vision where
I'm gonna head up and
Dylan
So you can climb up a sheer wall.
no. Actually, yes, I can. I'm gonna start climbing up the sheer wall.
Okay. There's a good amount of like natural foliage that's kind of growing up the side of it, so that's kind of loose, but you can just use the rock, right? It's about a 40-foot climb up, and then there's an opening. So
I'm gonna use monkey fish to give myself a climb speed.
okay.
What now?
You don't really see what happens to him. He looks like he just takes a moment to breathe at the edge of the cliff face, and then you start to see Cornell's body just. I think it looks like you're grabbing it and pushing yourself up, right? It's not like a bestial. It's more like a 1, 2, 1, 2.
It's like a proper rock climber,
Cool.
except
Cool. Oh, okay, yeah.
you see if anything, you just see his forearms are like bulging.
Bulging, yeah, because it's real dark. That's why I wasn't given that. But I think Grok can probably see with your super dark vision. There are a few enhancements. You even see like Cornell's shoulder like completely dislodge once, and then like seem to just reattach without it looking. It looks unnatural, but then it looks natural again. Weird. But you climb. And you hit the point where your face is now eye level with what is a tiny metal orb glowing red like fire. There's no eyes. There's just a little glowing red dot like eye level with you as you poke your head above. And it illuminates the floor. It's like it's gravel at the entrance. There's actually a large amount of like white natural kind of perch bird droppings, and then further into it looks kind of like maybe a sandstone, but it's rock.
So
there's a type of
is it like an overhang where I can like climb up onto, or
Yeah.
am I like still hanging?
there's basically there's like a type of area, not really a perch, but yeah, there's an entry hole, and it's 15 feet wide. So you even with your arms out, you basically make that and then just step in.
I'm not seeing too much. Maybe seems like a different type of material. It ain't stone.
The apothecary, that tunnel was catacombs. That was older than the stone of the city. So it was like not a stone, but it was a stone. And you're smelling a strong, now as you stand in this tunnel, there's a breeze coming from behind you kind of into it, but you're also pulling out a smell, which I used incorrectly from before, but that tar stuff,
Okay.
it was a gasoline smell.
There's a similar smell.
This is a similar smell. not identical, because that was super potent.
Yeah.
It was almost from a vein. This is like
More like-
stagnant.
It's more like paint versus
Yeah.
being in, like refilling your car. I'm gonna see if there's anything else. I'm smelling something.
As its head goes there,
Mhm.
does it get stuck onto the pole? Forever. Until it's dispelled. It's forever a security camera where I can see for as long as I'm in 8 miles of it.
But it can't turn.
It can turn.
Oh, it can turn. Oh, wow.
I mean, that's why you've got on that axis.
I know.
That's horrifying. You weld the rear the top part of its vertebrae to the metal rod. So even though that wasn't your metal rod, that metal rod is now not getting like moved from that skull, and that skull is now metal. So Cornell, do you want to do how much more exploration into this tunnel do you want to do?
Go to the end.
Okay, you get to a point. I'm gonna say it is basically a half an hour journey. I was gonna say now it's continuing. You basically move 10 minutes. This is hitting the 40-minute mark, and then you find a kind of like an opening, like you're in a basement, and now you see at the very end there's a regular formed stone stairway that goes up, and to the, if you've been walking in east, it heads south.
Okay. Oh, so we'll walk up it.
Okay, you walk up, and there is like it's like a stone step, small tunnel that leads up. You see.
I'll stop being quiet now as well.
You stop being quiet. You realize it gets to a point. There's a few small curves, but nothing that diverts it, and it is still a stone stairway that kind of goes up. It goes up, you reckon, about 40 feet in total, but over a longer distance. And then there's a point where there is a busted ladder, like broken ladder, and then there is a hatch. Wood. You can see it's like, it looks like it wasn't locked from above, like it was opened, and
Seems like they went through this way.
it looks like it's not had recent, you wouldn't say recent use, but it looks like it's definitely not locked, which would be hard to tell from below anyway, but it's not ajar, it's closed, but there is a dispersion of dust around this area, relatively.
How tall is the ladder?
Tallest ladder, it's about a 10-foot. Once you basically hit a miniature plateau that has a ladder, so it's about 7-ish feet up, climb to this. So basically just a full body height. You know, like, this works for humans. Definitely not going to get Moki up to this last part. That whole former tunnel, Moki could walk through, not a problem.
I'll try and like push on the thing. Does it move?
You feel it give about a centimeter, and then weight pushes you. It's something above. You need a real strong
I
forearm.
am a real strong.
I could probably push it, not go for it.
Make for me, Cornell. I was gonna say a climb or strength, but I feel like there is a
I'll do a climb.
do a climb.
Yeah.
It's using your strength, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
Do a
that's a
climb.
27.
27. You climb halfway up. Now this ladder is busted, so at one point you get up. You use the bottom half of this ladder, which seems to be the only part that actually remains functional. You hold one hand up, and then you feel like, you know, massive forearms, stiff holding. You feel some sort of rug, tapestry, floor, fabric, something, and you rip it in, and there is 2 pieces of what look like either a broken stool or something that slide underneath that hatch, and it gives you a tiny eye view just to look through. I mean, you're noticing there's like there's some a mass amount of wood that is piled on your side. It's kind of all around the sides of where this little hole is, but you can see it's not a big building, and there's some sort of there is some sort of like a pedestal. Then you can see feet and ankles that stretch. There's some sort of statuesque in the middle, but it's on just like a. Yeah, it's on.
I'm not hearing anyone.
No. Although now that this is open, you can hear a type of militarized March. A sound of heavy footsteps. You definitely, I'm not even going to make you do the perception, but there is some sort of unit that is moving past the building that you're looking at. Like, it's close enough that you're registering these guys are using this area as perimeter watch. So.
I'll just like push the legs back in, close it fully, and I'll head back to the guys.
Head back. So that was about 40 minutes in. You moved about 2Ks into the town. It's a big tunnel.
It's a big tunnel.
By the time Grok finishes and you emerge, Cornell, there is a metal skull affixed to the top of the tower, which you're eye level with.
Nice decoration.
And all the skull doing is just getting a circle and spinning.
Is one of the eyes glowing or not? It like glowed upon initial.
Only since the other one's just a sunken black eye with metal just
covering it. Oh, like stitched over it. Gotcha.
Yeah, the only thing that would be shining would be the gemstone.
Okay.
If there's light around, so from the light or something.
It's not like a magical glow, it just refracts light.
It just reflects light, yeah. I mean, it's metal, so there obviously if light reflects it anyway, you're gonna get that. But okay, you guys.
I found something. I'll climb down.
What did you find?
There is an entrance. It seems like there's something holding it down, but I was able to sort of have a look in. Thought I was seeing a statue, maybe an altar of some kind, but it's very close to where some of the new recruits are doing their parole and perusing.
Alright. Parole.
They're making circles around chanting ship's roll. That's the one.
That's perfect.
You're being patrolling, so.
Anyways,
There's so many words.
well, we're just giving orders to the sentry staff, and then we can go ahead and check it out. Where's one go to sleep?
It's too small for Monkey to enter that one.
I could reduce the size. How long would it be?
It's like maybe like a person size, like climb to get up there.
Well, if I was going,
But it's probably only like 3-4 feet,
I say 4 feet wide. Yeah.
like 4 by 4
if your
trapdoor.
goal is to stealthily go through the
Medium
town,
size.
Is that 4 though?
I shouldn't go.
If I could become medium, it'd be like a pony. Let me just measure you up.
Murky's body in full width, I believe, is closer to
I'm
10 feet.
8'6" high, and I
Wide.
occupy 10 feet.
Well,
So I'm like 8 to 9 feet long, whole
Never
body.
mind, I forgot. Reduce is a different spell just from the same.
Also, I can't be. I can't be
Fine.
reduced. I'm not humanoid.
What is reduced to now?
I don't have that spell. It's
Oh,
not a
never
spell.
mind, never mind.
If I cast it, I can do it, but no one else can do
You know
it.
what's crazy? I can do reduce, but I'm not going to, because it only affects me. So why the hell would I take that spell?
If your goal is to sneak around, I shouldn't go. I will just alert the entire town the moment
That
I
is
put
true,
that.
you will do that. But I feel bad leaving you.
It's fine. I'll just get some firewood or whatever.
Okay. Be careful though, because there's a bunch of monsters around.
I'll have a
Hey,
tower I
yeah.
can go into.
Yes.
Alright.
Having finished decoding it, you had like an hour.
Didn't know how to do a trap. I was busy.
We're still stuck up here, by the way. He's
What?
going to school.
What is the No, he finished.
Yeah, I know. That's what we've been doing this whole time.
Why are you up there?
He wanted to watch.
Because he needs well to get back.
So you
Also,
wasted
he needs
an
my
hour.
help to go back there.
Yeah, I need help. Please help me.
I'm just gonna hold the rope. Then maybe it won't break.
I could just fall.
Are you taking Grok with you?
Very possible.
Then it's like
Maybe
we're
not.
gonna
There's that part of the roof that
think
you were sitting on the edge of. You can just fall in.
Medallion should go
You do it.
first.
That's what I'm thinking.
And then
pretty safe.
once you've got a lay of the area and know that patrols and ships,
Yeah.
Then we can.
Then
head
you
in
can-
out.
I'm not gonna make you do that.
yeah,
that
then
last
if you
roll.
need
You
to,
make your way
bring
down
Grok in.
safely.
I think that's a fair idea.
Huh.
Is there? I mean, we took his clothes, so I can wear that. Do you need to figure out what you're gonna wear?
Honestly, ideally, steal some guard clothes.
Well, we
Wait,
have
you
to-
want to go up through this secret entrance and then go out into the town and then walk around?
Yeah.
It's also nighttime.
Yeah. Can we not do that? We gotta buy some stuff, don't we?
We can do that at night time, but we could probably go talk to
Oh.
Avon if you want.
That's to do in the morning.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to at least go in today.
Right.
What do you have to prepare?
Nothing.
Can you try and decode that message for God's sake?
Look, I wrote it down in 5 different ways.
Well, I do a linguistics check. I don't know.
That's not how it works.
Well, should be.
That should be. I don't know.
You want to do a linguistics check?
No, we're busy.
Sure.
That doesn't matter. The fast words a bit.
I'm about to slap you silly.
All right.
Well, I don't. Well, I wasn't talking about going in, just going around. I was talking about at night, because I'm thinking that's the best time to go into the church, find out the guard patrols, when they do it, how often.
Sure.
That information
is a
would be
little
easier
bit,
to get in.
There is some weight on the door, so it's kind of hard to push open. And that's coming from me, who's like incredibly strong.
In that case, I would probably need you up there to push it open.
Grok, you remember
How do I
there was
get
a
up
there was
How
a
are we supposed to get you up there? Roll me up there.
when you were leaving town with Melion, there was a locked, a hatched door
50-foot pop,
in the apothecary that had a bunch of stuff on top of it.
straight vertical wall.
Sounds like what he's talking about.
Anything less than that, I can probably do it straight vertical. No.
Why don't you know what you could do? Maybe
Right.
you can jump from the tower.
Go ahead. Just,
Same level.
you told the place that you were talking about and what you found.
Yeah.
It sounds a bit like the entrance to the apothecary that I found earlier. That's the case. And you're going to way into town. So tomorrow morning.
Well, there's also, it seemed like a new thing that so highly flammable. Like, don't bring any sort of fire there, otherwise that whole thing will explode.
Could you buy some equipment in town to collect?
To collect the gas,
I want some.
I will have to go further.
But they got robots. I'm sure you can find something. I'll leave this job. If we're going to
the
go
towns
during the
have
day and buy stuff, we're not going to go through this hole.
From
King's Bay, she said.
yeah,
Why
Her son, he
Because we
lives there.
haven't got. We have to, take the stuff and carry it.
Why don't we go in
We also don't have any money.
Why don't we go in now? Check on Professor.
Yes.
what's her name?
I'm not. We don't have to buy stuff yet. We can just go through one.
I would like to. There is nowhere.
We'll get through. I do have a little shop.
Okay, we'll figure that in the morning. I guess we're gonna go Saturday.
I already have.
If you want the safe sleep without watch, come to the top floor. Shed
How from the tower?
Alright,
Better question.
Yeah.
Can any of the floors carry 2,000
How's it
pounds?
wizard tower?
2,000 pounds?
Just
I thought they were
century
You
stones
might
have
think.
the advantage of looking down.
They're on the bottom floor. Also, there's a trap for Faye, apparently, where if you go in there, you get stuck and turn into a thing.
What is the purpose of having
Sorry,
a
what?
Anyway,
Yeah, just the bottom floor. It's from the roof of the bottom floor looking down. So
Why is
you
this
get.
whole world designed against you?
Yeah, you know what? I don't trust the tower to hold my weight.
well, yes, we're living in a humanoid world, and he's just a horse boy.
I was just there.
Just a horse
Boy.
Between the tower and the cliff tower.
You could even, as Moki, try to like affix a bunch of, you could try chopping down some 50-foot tall branches and try to get them to like line.
50 foot tall.
Line
Oh
up.
my god.
You're
Entrance
looking-
on the cliff face.
Yeah.
There's some big trees.
You're looking at an entire forest that its trees are minimum 60 feet tall. They are shrouding you and protecting you from visible eyesight from above. So they're actually tall enough to do it. You'd be chopping down trees noticeably.
Wait, I can just leap from a tree into the hole.
Yes, you could have thought.
Or you can just climb them.
I cannot climb shit.
There's a bunch of vines and ivory climbing up the side of the cliff face.
Oh, there's ivory?
Yeah.
Could they hold 2,000 pounds
That
of
is
weight?
not.
Probably.
I was giving you a list of
Oh,
things.
sorry. I said ivory. I meant IV. But yeah, there's not really bones affixed to the sides of the
Oh,
thing.
I thought
Are you
meant
gonna give it to me now?
Yeah, Ivy.
In the
Well, I
morning.
think that's
Alright.
make it into a giant fucking rubber boom.
Yeah, basically,
None of you can lift 2,000.
you're talking about
Most people cannot live 2,000 pounds.
what is it called? Fiber, like what these plants are made of. You could basically make rope out of them. So you can spend some time doing some natural foraging stuff that your tribe would know how to do.
No, wait, I was going to collect a bunch of fucking fiber. No.
Yeah.
Figure out.
Yeah.
Can I give you some homework?
What?
Can you this scimitar? Can you serrate it?
I could. But I think it would destroy it.
Yeah. Okay. Can you not destroy it by serrating?
Okay.
I
I could do a muscle up if I had a work.
Yeah.
I can lift my weight.
You could do it.
Sure.
If you want to give it a go.
Thank you.
The entry is more than big enough for
I
you.
was
You
gonna
just don't
try
know about
myself,
further in.
but I
Yeah.
figured I'd ask you first.
I think we're and
We're going to use this.
Well, you can use the other match, but like, swing butt, that'd be pretty nice. You want to go up there?
Oh, come on.
Let's do this.
Alright. The set command on the server skull shall be
Yeah, what is your...
Tetris skull. So what it does is it's basically
No,
just,
it's the server skull.
it's basically just the alarm skull. It's
Okay.
It's pounded, and
What's the proximity of its like, you know...
so I need to be within 30 feet to get any message from it.
Okay. You have to be within 30 feet.
Yes.
Okay.
But if I also need to be 30 feet to see that from it as well. I didn't realize until I read the
But
book.
it's not limited.
But its range feet is however far I can see. 60 feet dark vision. So unfortunately.
So basically, because you put it 50 feet up on top of a tower, you have to be halfway up the tower to use it.
This is real.
That's actually really
Yeah.
tough.
There's three visible floors minus the first floor, so it's a 4-floor tower. You can go on any of the upper floors. You can see it. Yeah.
But when it's daytime, I can see fine.
Yeah.
If you come in 30 feet,
There you
you can fly.
yeah, I have +9.
So by the time
+2.
whatever happens with this group, they're already a portion of the way through. You can hear up as you're all walking. You can hear, and you see a horse body that said he was staying behind and was not going to come with you. You smell again that like tar smell. This gas, this strong smell of like a. Yeah, you made it up. Your horse body's on its side, but you're like, oh, there's a strong smell up here. It smells rough.
How did you?
I'm strong.
You see all of that, like all of the natural foliage that's grown up the side of the mountain's gone. It's been ripped down.
I brought rope.
Nothing to tie it to, but hey, brought it.
Nothing to tie it
Do I have to roll for climbing a tree and then leaping
No,
to the home?
save us time.
Because I would have gotten that one.
Doesn't count though.
Yeah.
I'll jump on the tower on my way down.
Please don't, you're gonna destroy it.
Oh.
Jump into the tree and fall, and then you'll break your
450
legs.
feet, yeah.
How much is 50?
We'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
5d6.
Okay.
You can just be in this hole forever, like that little gremlin.
Door I need to open.
Damage is different.
like 40 minutes that way.
Melion, you're horrified that, I mean, Cornell can slightly lead you into this cave, and there's this creature that's just like pressed to the wall.
Don't worry about it.
It's that those little gremlin green creatures that doesn't look so green in the dark. It looks like it's trying to hug itself to a wall where there's a strong smell of what Cornell said.
Hey, little buddy. I'm gonna
It-
walk up to it.
It like maybe has one eye looking at you.
There we go.
You're gonna pat its
What
head.
the fuck is that?
It looks cute.
This tiny little like, it's dog size. It's tiny dog
I've seen
size.
many green animals.
It at one moment you see it like, kind of like a lizard goes like opens its mouth, and then you see its tongue just.
He's probably high.
That it's tongue and shape.
You grab its tongue and pull
Like
just
a-
like
like a
little
handshake.
wobbly little piece
Nice
of
to
noodle.
meet you, little friend. My name's Million.
Its tongue is
What's your name?
more like a bird tongue in that it's a lot. It's,
This one can't talk. Alright, let's continue.
What do you mean this one?
Pepper can talk. You know that?
Your horse can talk.
Yeah, but other than me, I guess.
Cornell, I want you to make a reflex save for me.
Oh, no. Holy shit.
Mr. President, get down!
That's a 23.
Really good. This thing, as Melion assaulted it, basically, it turns around and then just runs at you, at your foot. And then as you like open your legs, it just runs through your feet and just hits the side of the wall, and you hear this little.
Oh, it's so cute.
Stab it.
It almost broke its neck just running into the side of the wall. Like this thing is so high on fumes, and you just slowly insert the knife.
Well, it's his down there, I guess.
Yes. Okay, it's just up this way.
So you walk for another 30 minutes.
That sounds like undead abominations.
Now, they don't
Civilized type of way.
They just lose life on that. Okay. Okay, let's keep going.
And you get to a point now where that sound of marching and parading has gone some ways away. And in fact, Moki's constant clacking is luckily, like if it was to be heard, you're hearing clacking from above. So you know there are horses above you
I'm gonna
parading.
get you some boot bucklers.
Good time for covering the shop.
And the path seems to end as you get to a point.
It's so much better.
So I can't even tell the difference.
Merging making the ends as well.
What if we like put some pillows on
More bucklers.
like I said, that's a thing?
I just made it up. I'm gonna fence, but I'm sure it's a real
You're
thing.
so small.
Not a thing. You probably. Who knows?
Yeah, soft horseshoes.
You arrive at the staircase, but a staircase that is aligned with a type of upwards angled tunnel of stairs. Grok, now you're familiar with this kind of constant downwards stairway that stone stairs are wide, so actually they're quite comfortable for Moki to climb on. They're not like tiny human steps. They're at least 3 feet per step. Wide steps that slide upwards at a very gradual incline. Again, not fitting the above environment at all. We are. I'm gonna do it right now. So hold off until these guys finish. You're almost there. So you finish the climb and you hit the precipice, although this is only a 15-foot wide top where you can see a single half-broken ladder made of wood, very old wood, rests broken at an angle. There's been scuffling around. There's not that much dust in like just natural. There's been a lot of movement here. There is a faint amount of light that is coming from a crack where this roof has a break and a visible wood. For Grok, you just recognize this. In fact, you know what? There is something weird. There was a bunch of pens affixed to each part of this wall for this entire tunnel. They're not here.
Pins. Alright, they're turning off all the diagram. Animal pens? Magic.
Like the pen you've been leading around, he grabbed one off a wall and just snapped it off.
I just stole it. You can see the markings right here. You stole?
You look on the walls, and there are a bunch of indents where you would see a piece of metal would be jammed in.
How about these were the snacks came from?
No. You're living with this station. So I'm not getting noise with your mouth.
There's a button on him. Like it's pressing his phone.
I don't even know that. What
You turn it on
the
and
hell?
So you find the crack.
Must be very hidden.
Yeah,
I want to know who's breaking their way up first.
I will go up first.
Taking you in the
Okay. Well, this is where we wave you goodbye. But you somehow got up here and also came with us.
I'm just here for opening if you need me to. No, come back.
I just want to say I really appreciate you guys.
More
I know as soon as we open up that thing, there's going to be a whole group of men that are staring directly at us, trying to kill us. So I really love you. Okay, let's do it.
Encouragement, nope.
Okay, let's go.
I just said you guys got it.
Yeah.
One more try. This time, you and I are good.
I do not have super strength as this person anymore. I'm just gonna stay here and wait for you.
God.
No problem.
Out of the
double.
Out of the dice tray, into the fire.
Ooh, that's super strength.
19.
It's really hard to It's a bit high.
You got a 9.
I would like yell and get stronger.
So you put your hand up and you're like,
Both my hands.
I made that gap, and then he puts his hand up next to yours, and
I will open it. Well, I don't strike.
goo.
Right.
Yes, well, you find that on the top half of it, what you're pushing against, there is an absurd amount of weight. And as you lift your hand up, because you jostled it a bit, there's not as much noise as you'd expect because it's already been jostled and it's already kind of fallen around and down. So you see that there's a scattering of chairs, stuff that has been piled on top of where you are.
Specifically on where we are, just like around.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I know this.
No, only Grok does. And as you lift your hand up now, there could have been more noise, but you hear just one thing above you and behind you just slide, stop. That's it. And now Moki's arm allows a head to visibly look through, or a body to maybe squirm through. Yeah.
I can't bump. Stand on my shoulders.
You hear as he pops your arm back out of place.
Oh, my arm.
Your bad arm, yeah. It was already, it keeps dislodging.
Nice knowing you.
You're gonna have a good trick with that thing.
Oh, yeah.
You squirm your way out, and you're realizing your body is in full.
Just peek through.
Oh, you just. You squeeze your way out, and your head is looking at the top of a shrine that's covered in a small amount of coins.
He's trying to heal me.
Stop talking.
Please.
The shrine of a young girl. It's a young girl, and it's made of bronze. And it's on a pedestal. And there's like, it almost looks like this would be filled with water, and there's a bunch of little coins lying around. You squirm your body, and you hear grinding of like 16 different little coins grinding on your chest. You see little flecks of little gold. You find literally gold coins and silver coins and bronze, brass, copper, whatever it is. It's dark. It's hard to see much, but this is in the center of this building. It is a shrine, and there are small tables, pews pushed to the edges. But you realize that as you look back, what this hatch is beside the main doors. Those main doors are blocked by 2 bookcases, about a dozen chairs, and what look like 3 other pews that weren't pushed to the side. This whole one entryway has been just covered in the entire room's stuff. There is actually still another door that has been completely busted off its hinges at the other side. So as you look past this altar with this little girl made of bronze, behind that there is an open doorway where you can see the flickering of outside light. And as the rest of... Are you guys filtering upwards?
I got it. It's like
Million.
Grok is probably the hardest, but you still manage to squeeze through. Doesn't go through. Okay.
Give her screen.
doesn't scan.
Give John your screen.
Okay. Well,
Mechanical, flying, loud.
Melion, goes into the hat.
You want to come back down? No, lift it back up.
Okay, I'll knock like.
Hold on. Do it when I close it. I'll see if we can hear it. I close it.
Okay.
If he knocks, gonna get it knocked.
It's certainly dulled, but it's there. You'd have to be like there the whole time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay there.
That's a problem. Oh,
Oh man,
not really.
I'm tough.
You're fine.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'll be fine.
If somehow fire comes into this chamber,
I come back here and you change my guns. I'm like, Mookie, just unconscious sitting there on the floor.
he's as high as that little gremlin.
Yeah.
He doesn't know about anything or whatever. Could be coming outside.
Why does it smell like fart here?
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
I have back to camp.
Grok turns around as Moki. But Meliorn, you registered this. You actually found Grok inside of this place, and you asked him to come out. Your horse was parked outside of that doorway. You know where you are and how close you are to everything. Which means when you guys you're inside, and you see outside, despite the sounds of marching, you can see people are slowly kind of moving around the town. You're only seeing silhouettes while still inside the apothecary, but what you're looking into is a part of the town still moving and interacting with the apparent military presence present much more than it ever was before. You remember the town prior, not the town prior, the events of which you were in this town prior, they had a problem with the amount of guards, the amount of patrols. Sinsima was saying he was doing shifts for other people, couldn't get the manpower into town quick enough. Now apparently they're parading it. Okay. And you wait for the sound of marching to slowly fade. Now just normal sounds outside. What do you do?
It's gotta be far more difficult to move around now.
as Grok she turned on his disguise, appearing. So at the end of the episode, we said Grok squeezes his way out, but he doesn't have to be there. So, if it's just us, yeah, it works. The stealthy one. That's right. So you went back down the front. Sorry, I forget. Yeah, just like the bookshelves are at the furthest part, but you just see it's a lot more of like pews, tables that are placed like over it, so that it, this stuff just adds gravity and angles to it to make it weightier.
So I think we can move half of this stuff up.
Nice and quietly, but it's a stone floor, so it makes some sound. But with two bodies, you lift and move.
Lift forward!
Melion does seem.
I'm literally carrying all that thing.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Placing it on the side.
Do you have these standard coins?
Are they standard coins?
Yeah, you see. In fact, there's maybe a dozen or so gold pieces at the foot of the actual pedestal, but everything that you pick up off the floor seems to be a scattering of mainly brass and silver. Okay, so while you're hearing the guards move past, you scavenge the floor, pick up about 20 silver pieces, and about probably close to 40 copper.
And 12 gold?
12 gold.
So, where's Buddy Old Pal's bookery? Where are we gonna find this professor?
As Cornell, you look out through the main entrance, you're seeing a central road. Somehow this building is very close to that central road, and what looks like two halves of this town split. But at the far end, even though that is quite distant, maybe another 20, 30-minute walk down, you're seeing now almost, because in the direction you're looking is the remnants of light, and its light is flooding from behind you this way. You're seeing that tower that was struck by lightning. The Viper's body was placed inside of him and sunk beneath. Everything, that tower, far into the street, this town separated, and you see a sign that says, pointing down, says the Dreamless Row. Dreamless Row.
So, according to that, we got somebody it should be on the western side of town. Western side.
So you're looking down the eastern side, right? The Dreamless Row. Dreamless Row is eastern, heading all the way down the flocks. So that doorway that you're half unblocking, that would lead west. Like, open westward, but the thing is that it was boarded shut. So if you open those doors, someone might notice.
So that way.
Alright. Well, lead the way. You're the skinny one.
So both of you make some stealth checks. But
Come to these.
Melion, also do a navigation check for me. I don't know if that's maybe perception on top of it.
Natural 20 for 30 still.
Beautiful. Finally, Keter, mark that down. 20.
Navigation.
Health.
I don't know if that's a thing.
Okay.
Perception?
Perception.
15.
For some reason, my slide of hands are higher than
How are you telling me this? Is your stealth high at least?
Yep.
Are you proficient in stealth?
Nope. But I got +7.
I don't know what that means, but I'm sure that's good.
You bend around the corner and you begin to head west, back into what is the more elevated side of the town, where you're noticing there is a half-made wall, reminiscent of the structure that had a broken wall outside of the town. This wall has large straights of full wall and then breaks, openings 30 feet wide, and then larger chunks of the wall continue. There's about, in the center of the town, there's about a 100-foot long wall. At either side of that has breaks. Now you are on the northern side of that wall where there is a break, basically making it so that only entering the crags from the flocks where you are, there are two entrances, two primary entrances, except for the front entranceway. These entrances are, well, that's where the military patrols the echoes are vanishing into. So you know that the further west you go, the more patrols there will be around the area. Cornell, are you barefoot? Yeah. There's unfortunately less noise from your boots than there is from his feet, but you know, it's stone, so it kind of muffles itself. There hasn't been rain, so it's not wet. the small, tiny footsteps of Cornell is behind you, and you're aware of that.
So do you think? What do you get?
14.
Really well.
Not for you. In a quiet night.
Every time we're walking in here, footsteps just crunch.
Yeah, well, there's still a few people passing by. There's a few carriages that look like they are either empty and.
Go to the questions out of town.
Why are you being so quiet? Instead of screening the tires. Can't even see you. It's too dark.
You're noticing the incline is slowly rising. It becomes a normal pace walk, and then it starts to become like a bit of a trudging step because every step seems to grow in elevation, like you're literally beginning the climb of a cliff to the upper part of the town.
I'm assuming that if we're taking alleys, it'll take us far longer.
Oh yeah, definitely. You're noticing the part ahead of it where you need to be the most cautious. Right now, you're not there. You're moving up to it. There is you walk past a town. Sorry, a tavern that has like some. It's the rougher end. It's not the building that you were using before, but there's kind of a small sound of regulars and maybe even a few kind of like rumbled shouts. Words like, hey, they're coming next week. Later. And you see, you are now at the back half of a cart that has stopped and has begun a type of inspection at this wall. This is a large carriage, and you're behind it. Do whatever you want to do.
I'm pretty sure they're inspecting this carriage. Do you want to like hide underneath it?
No, we should give them a wide berth and go around.
Okay, fine.
There,
Is there a way we can somehow circumvent this wall?
no, it's intentionally separating the crags from the flocks. There's an opening, and there's no door or anything, so you can technically just move through, or if you could climb like a 40-foot tall wall, maybe 30. You're seeing that most of these men are pulled at to the front of this cart where they begin to converse with the carriage driver, and an inspection begins to go underway. You're behind them.
Just kill them. Never mind, there's like 8 of them. Yeah, I can take them.
You're noticing four people inspecting, and then there's an appear to be another 4 that are just keeping a distant eye on this whole.
That's exactly right with how many there were. Would it be possible for me to climb these walls? Maybe.
Yes, but that's almost more obvious, Like these are like relatively just plain brick walls that are tall enough that they block view.
We're trying to cross a road.
Yeah, kind of. It's kind of just like they built in walls to be barricades to stop people from this side of the town entering so quickly. Like it's literally a 25-foot walkway.
Remember he's
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
I don't know
But without the bridge part, just big walls.
Okay, I've got an idea. It's a carriage, right? Why don't we just sneak underneath it? Then we'll be on the other side. But I'll make a distraction on this side, and then you can sneak through. Could be a good idea.
You'll also be stuck on this side.
No, I'll just run past. They'll never know.
Hey, on, you're welcome to come through.
Okay, maybe let's just underclimb.
Shit, yeah, let's get under.
You're seeing metal bars, dense wooden carriage. Smell lead?
Yeah, I guess we're trying to run, roll underneath, and then if there's something underneath, grab
Yes.
it and pull it.
There's multiple different steel beams. I would say you both have to probably hug one each. Unfortunately, Cornell, this is uncomfortably similar to your something you've been in before.
What are you doing? Yeah. You're not doing this.
You know?
I'll do it for maybe like another 5 feet, and I'm out.
We're gonna be in the middle of the entryway.
Okay, so you're now in the middle of the entryway, Cornell. You're seeing the walls either side of you.
about to let go, and then he'll say,
I'm gonna put my head underneath his back.
Fine.
Stop.
Okay. These are
We're not even inside.
2 singular beams, and each of you, either side of them, are just hugging the one beam, chest tight.
I'm doing it, but I'm not happy about it.
You can see Cornell's you're like holding it. There are little bits of like dust that's sift through the wooden floorboards.
Getting in my eyes.
No weapons. Move on. And you hear a bunch of like little, like almost clickers. devices. Modern day you'd hear them as like watch clickers, but you move through and then you see at this point the carriage begins to curve north or right on the path you're on, and you, as you, Melion, you can just look under and ahead. You see something you actually did not see before, but what are bigger barred metal reinforced doors to show a type of military garrison's front entrance, which is what your cart is now heading towards.
Can I try to ascertain from my shitty position if there's anybody looking?
You've got about 200 feet between where you jumped on and where this part is, and you're walking past, I would say, separately 3 different alleys. That's it. So you've got an ability to first, second, or third.
First.
Okay. Roll me a d4.
Let's go on the second. It's a bit late now, Connor. Shit.
You say first? Wait, so he jumps onto the first. Do you?
3.
Oh. Okay. Roll.
It's still moving.
Commander, you roll. By this point, you swear you heard him, and now you're like tucked up in the street, small alleyway, 5 foot wide. Your body is fully like taking the entire bottom part. You trip people if they walk by, but yeah, there's no Melior. You begin to hear other horses, and you realize from the end of the street the alley you've just walked into, there is a fire, torch, and horse. It walks past. You're just on the floor. You're prone and you're black, basically. You're silhouetted only, and it seems to have gone past. It looked like it could have been coming from that third alley. Melion, you're in the first alley. You see that horse go by, and you begin to hear the street beside you. It begins to come up. So because you're at the border, this thing, in about 40-ish seconds, will be back at the front of that block. They're taking block patrols individually.
How wide is the alley?
The alley is like a good 5.5 feet wide.
Okay, so enough to use as sort of a chimney if I wanted to climb up?
Absolutely, yeah. And at least the slated roof tiles are dipping to about like a 6 foot, not 6 feet, about a 9 foot. So easily you're gonna muscle up that type of thing. But give me another stealth check. Or you can attempt sleight of hand if you're trying to enter buildings. That's another option.
Try to do a climb check? To climb? Or is it still a stealth?
It's not tall enough that you need to really worry about the climb. I would still say stealth, but
That's a 12.
I also got a 12 because I rolled a 2. I mean, I am looking out of the alley and being like,
what particularly are you doing? Your corner's not in your alley.
I know.
And as you
I'm
peek
trying to look
down,
out,
you
like,
hear like a little single tile break, slide down 2 feet, and then you just watch behind you. A single tile breaks off, hits the gutter, flips. One alley away from you,
throwing myself backwards into my alley.
and you're on the roof.
Where's the other alley?
You see 2 either side of you.
Maybe why is this such a thing? I'm pretty sure this.
You see blow. There is something that jumps over, but then you basically have to press yourself to the roof because you're noticing that like at the edge of the alley that you're at, there is now that horse that was at the other side and has now done full circle and is just so you're pressed and this fire torch is just here. It's tall enough that you're actually like it's illuminating your face, but the guy's head is not tall enough. You roll over the roof. The first alley. The only one you see beside you, shadowy figure, players.
Okay. When I say first alley, I'm sorry, there's a bit of a time difference. Okay.
Fucking raccoons.
We can just go on the roof. Sure. Because there's like a guy that's patrolling here. Yeah, but it's really easy to hear some people running the tile roofs. Well, thank you. Fuck you. Where do we go? Keep going, Winston, okay?
Okay. You begin to take a few more alleys. You can technically easily avoid this guy, although that sound that lingers behind both of you may be somewhat noticeable, but the sound of clopping normally will be louder. And it's funny, you get to a point, you're getting closer to the garrison, it's just in the direction you're moving, you're hearing not just horse like whips, you're hearing like lashing. I'm going to change it to this. You move much closer, unintentionally, but you're now there, much closer to the military section, the quarter off northern side.
You're a bad person.
But you remember that if you're looking for one of these places, it's in this area. Although the place you were just at was in the flocks, if you keep going west.
Are we going the right way?
We're in the right area. I just don't know. I assume it's gonna look like a library or something.
Okay.
So now might be a good time to get on the roof.
Okay, so we're looking for like a big metal building.
Boys. Maybe something with a sign. If not,
Okay.
somewhere
That makes
that
sense.
looks nice. He's probably
None of
rich
these
as
look
hell.
like libraries.
He's probably rich as hell.
Okay, well you re-climb to the roof, reascend, I was going to say, reclimb, it's not the word. You see that the closest thing to you that looks like, well, it's actually now behind you as you use the cart to leave. It's actually further back to the east, on the edge of the wall that you came out of. You see spires, 2 spires either side of a kind of long, tall, pyramidal central building. It looks to be a large-ish cathedral shape. So that's the bigger church. You definitely catch that, but that's definitely not the bindery. The bindery,
That'll be our second location.
you're not exactly sure. There isn't a direct clue. Although you're seeing to the further western side of the crags, there are bigger buildings, just naturally bigger. All appear to be a relative type of brick, but most of the ones that are riding the edge of the crags appear 2 stories and large, lush front gardens at high points of the town. I mean, it just looks like a much more lavish, well-decorated area despite the darkness. There's obviously, it's well kept.
Are there people walking around here? Except for guys?
You're at the kind of this little corner here where there's a lot of military presence, a lot less people, but basically everywhere else, yeah, there's a good, at least 2 people per block just moving around.
Okay, if that's the church,
Let's just
it should be somewhere this way.
Yeah, let's grab just some random off the street, interrogate him, figure out where.
If we find a random on the street
Yeah.
that isn't a guard, we can just go up and quietly ask him.
Sure, that works too.
Well, do you want to do perception checks?
Yeah, let's just look around.
Or sense motive maybe, if you're looking for someone, like, easily personable.
Both. I'm looking out for people, just like a normal civilian maybe, that's out for some reason. Or animals are looking for tagging forms, tagging farms. It's a place at the same time.
Okay, yeah.
Are most buildings 2-story or 1-story?
At the area where you are, they're just beginning to become type of 2-story building. And you're at the area where it's like cornered off residential, a lot more militaristic, so there's probably some military housing. But these are small, I would only say 20 by 20, but then 2-story. But then the further you climb up the hill, the larger the brick, and they're only 2 stories from this point on, and then the further up you get, the wider and the taller they become. So yeah, if you're looking at a property, an estate that's wealthy, not sure.
I will look for a large 2-story building with multiple windows.
Okay, yeah.
Really good. I think that's a 16. That was a sarcastic very good. Never mind. It's 13.
Okay, what'd you get? This was for
3.
first choose. This is either insight, aka sense motive, or this is perception.
Perception.
Okay, so you're failed to see something, failed to look for the correct people. Now roll me a sense motive, so that if somehow you stumble into someone
2 plus 5.
will not know.
Rolling so well.
You're watching Cornell. He's the one who's trying to figure out and I think he needs a little help in the orientation of where this building is, because now you've kind of got a marker. That big church, it's a lot. It's directly
I
west.
don't know what that means. Stop
That
saying
way.
nautical.
I'm pointing in the direction
So
of
keep
what
the
we just
degree.
walked from.
So
I have no degree.
He points.
Radiance.
He points up a hill, and you're seeing like the kind of the growth of wealth. You're seeing a smaller 2-story building. Then behind that, in that direction he's pointing, there is a wider 2-story building, but only 2-story at one central point. And then the one behind that is a much larger, wealthier type of long manor.
Look, if Daggerfond or Daggerfond's wife is the one that's bankroll and everything, he's probably the smartest person, richest person in town. Let's just look for the biggest place.
That's what I'm trying to do.
All right, it's probably that big one.
It's probably, well,
The further side of the
it's
town.
a little bit bigger.
Okay, fine. Hey DM, was that night where we rested with the cultists when we saw goodbye? Was that this morning? Or was that 2 days ago?
That would be 2 days ago.
Okay, I'm at full health. Never mind. You can take your info the other day.
So we can kill people if we want.
Okay.
I could never kill a
Let's
person
kill
in my
everybody.
life.
Let's do it.
Not possible.
I'm ready. I said I'd murder.
I did
I've been waiting for you to do it this whole time. We're both so happy. Me and
I wasn't damaged, so.
like honestly, I think the elf's just slowing you down. You can kill a whole
I
lot.
really am.
Are there any open windows?
Into some of the ones that are closer to this military district seem a lot more shut off and like actual shuttered just closed. But the further back you get, I mean, if you're looking for that type of thing, you're looking for fancier windows. And the not initially in front of you, but the streets behind, only 2 rows of streets that lead up to the highest precipice. I can give you 2 buildings with open windows. The one at the very back appears to be the most grandiose, right? But the one between it looks to be a longer bottom floor, like a relatively big sized bottom floor, and a small upper.
Kind of school look.
Yeah, you've got a real simple school look.
Those 2 over there both have open windows. Open windows usually mean higher standing because they're not afraid of people climbing in and stealing from them.
Not in my experience at all, but yeah, sure, let's go.
That doesn't make any sense.
And are you guys on the roof? Well,
Generally, rich people
Yeah, I think
good at hiding their
Yeah, stick to
valuables.
it.
That's why they're still rich and haven't been robbed.
Yeah, but if you're like super rich, you don't need locks.
No, usually they have better locks.
guys, I think the raccoon went over this way.
Let's jump to the roof.
The gods are really stupid.
Okay.
I can jump really far,
Okay, well,
but also not.
I'll
really
take the long one. You take the nice fancy looking one, okay? Do it.
We have no way of communicating.
Okay, how about let's both take both?
Alright, that's
better.
Yeah.
Split out bodies. Go to each place twice. So do you go to the one immediately in front of you first, or do you go to immediately the biggest one? Smaller, then bigger?
Okay,
Bigger,
smaller.
small?
Whichever closest, and then we can do it.
The closest one, and as you arrive at the front of, you see there is a kind of, it's actually like carved, but it seems to be a type of, it looks gold, and there is a type of natural lighting that makes it look like it's gold. It has Grand E, so Grand E auction.
Probably some sort of sword.
It's definitely not.
But there isn't as much light on the inside. There are some windows cracked
Well, we
open.
can probably like steal stuff. We're not really here to steal.
My bag is almost full of just random stuff that you've given me. And also a boot.
Well, kill again. Let's keep moving. Yeah, we're still going.
Okay. So you arrive at the next one.
What was the auction called?
Grand E.
In case you weren't aware, the reason we're calling each other different names is because if anyone hears us, they're not going to be like, I heard some people out last night. They were calling each other. Because then it's, but then I guess we should probably call each other different names because it's our licenses. I should have thought of that.
Okay, how about this? I'll call you Cornell, and you call me Melior.
Okay, well now you just said our real names. How about we just do C and M?
That one.
So the next place you arrive in front of doesn't actually have any stained glass window facing the front, but it has some upwards facing the front and facing the sides. They let off kind of sideways light, making almost like a light curtain emerging. So this building, like unlike the one before, actually has some visible light on it, but you're noticing the front door, which does have a small amount of kind of like stained glass curving around the front of it, isn't showing light through. So the entryway or the front foyer inside isn't lit.
Lit.
Not lit. Is as you, and you're hearing that sound behind you.
Yeah. You got the raccoon.
As you get out just from the distance. How did you get out? Crap! It must have been a scream. It's just doing circles. It's just curled all of your hair into a nice bun.
Annoying.
Oh god, just sometimes. And there's a funny. So there's no light. But you're noticing on the front door, there's like something that's white and it's on it, on the front door. Like where you'd imagine like a letterbox would be if it was in the door.
I cannot see it from here. We gotta get closer. Okay. I'll get closer first.
There are barbed fences, but the actual entryway, the front foyer, has no gate. There's just fences that kind of patrol the air. And you're seeing like kind of a lush garden. You can walk through it. It's not as big as a walkable garden, not full size. But you see the front door. While nobody appears to be home, there is a letter wedged into the door. Or a piece of paper.
I think it's magic. I can't do
One of you needs to cast Detect Magic, right?
Squeak!
Can I investigate it with my spellcasting?
We can do it!
I don't know if he can do that. You're gonna have to ask him.
Well, there's nothing magical. So Squeak does just...
God told me I didn't put any ranks in it. Shit.
Grab it.
I have a +2 to spellcrafting check.
Mr.
You can't read.
Mr. Dagenfond will not be home until further notice. And as you hit the ground, you see it has something on the back. The letter is an address. 45 West Hill, Armor Correctional Facility.
Oh, shit. You have to go to Armor.
Arr! No, that's the area they're wanting to.
We just went there. Isn't that where we came from?
Yeah, we went past there. Miles there.
45 West Hill, Armor
Correctional Facility.
Correction.
And then you hear inside. Boom, boom, boom. Someone's descending steps, or ascending. So you're seeing that sort of equipment, but then Cornell hands you the paper and you look back up and you see there's almost it's a bald head, but like side chops, and he taps on the glass stained window. I'm sorry, it's just me today. He notices you're on there, but seems to react kind of.
Professor Dagenfond.
You're looking for Dagenfond. Well, I must admit, you like through the snake, like, woo, woo. You can hear it almost perfectly. It's a little muffled.
But no one answered.
Well, I must admit,
I should have waited longer.
I am as well. Did you know he's not been at work for over half the week? Sorry, over a week.
Ask him. Sorry.
I suspect you just hear him start to blather.
How come it's not?
The front doors, yes.
Okay.
I thought that's you. Yes, it was you. You hear.
He's not there.
Oh, two of you.
Hello.
No, not going to lie. It's not the first time I've seen someone try to jump in a window for a book.
Yeah.
Anyway, I suspected he was ill. Your one eye, I can tell. You kept it just for this.
That's the reason. I'll go inside and take my hood off.
Well, yes, he kind of welcomes you inside. Strangely, you don't guess this is the owner of the property.
Was the messenger wearing like a cloak and stuff?
Yeah, he was a kind of a large kind of leather, almost, very similar to what you had but longer.
Like a poncho, just through.
Yeah. Oh, it's not a poncho, not the chest vest. Just a
maybe.
large overcoat.
That'll be right.
Okay. He was the first bookbinder I could learn from. Excellent work. He's a great boss. In fact, I have sent some of my newest hires to go and check up on his property, and he didn't seem to be well in. Kind of just taken over his body.
So you work for him.
Yes. I suspect illness has taken him, especially being around all of the areas near the Righteous Flame Church. So close to the flocks, you're just bound to get sick. He's got quite the regular, proper, button up, and this guy's uncaringly noble. But obviously only some
He
point.
got sent to the sandboard, or he just took himself?
What?
Or is it dagger?
I've sent some of my newest understudies to look here.
There was a letter on the door. Said he would return if it was addressed to the sandboard.
There's a letter on the door.
Yeah,
Can I see it? Oh wow. He acknowledges this like he's never seen it before. And he's like, I
here when you came in?
thought
When did you come?
I haven't left here in 3 days. He just doesn't take his eyes off the paper. Mr. Dagonfall will not be home until further notice. I believe his last work was with Sinsima. Yes, the sergeant and his wife.
Actually, that's
So, what?
That's part of why I was here. Since they were had to leave unexpectedly, unfortunately, but
Both of them in the span of a week? That is
Yeah.
strange.
well, they had further leads to attend to, but he sent us here.
Sinsima? Or Dagon? Oh, Sinsima.
well, since he was in the middle of writing a volume on his research, and he had sent a volume to Professor Dagenfall that was unfinished. So we wish to see this volume.
Well,
Because we have the others in the line, just not his particular one.
We can show you the letter that Dagon sent us and gave it to us to prove.
please. I mean, you know all the names. I just. Oh, this is written. Oh, Norton.
Can I get a vibe check on this guy?
Yeah, please. He thoroughly inspects the paper. Something he may have thought. I mean, it's written. It's not graphed properly for this place.
Gotcha, 19,
This is okay.
24.
Can I do
Last time I rolled high on a sense, but I didn't expect I got killed.
7. It's 7 and what?
24.
Wow. So you.
I got shifty.
Yeah.
Nah, really just
I think.
I think you're doing this, folks.
Yeah.
I think. Well, no, I don't. And he turns around. You guys are in kind of this long hallway, which seems to have a few other rooms ahead. And you see, oh, come with me, please. And he walks further into the room, and you see there is like a large. It's a kind of an amazing bookshelf. So it's one big bookshelf, 20 feet long and about 15 feet tall. And
It's a lot of knowledge.
it's
Lot to read.
he was looking into this book right before he left. He pulls this one off the table, and see it written in. Actually, well, this would be Brazat, so you know it. It is
Goddamn right, I know it.
connected through ancient times. The book is called Connected Through Ancient Times.
Good. While this conversation is happening,
Yes.
in Cornell's hat, Scree will sneak out and start trying to find some pre-gemstones to nibble on.
It just like scrolls down the back of your neck. You feel like a few pinches where hairs get pulled.
Because it just starts running around the house. Looking for pretty gemstones.
What? So anyway, dusts the book and opens it, and he's like, he was really he's scribbled all over it, and he opens to page 44.
Have you tried to check this?
Look, honestly, the last week with him, he was very busy, and he's very busy all the time. But it's one of the times where he's so busy he won't even consider the new recruits that I bring to him, expecting a solid answer and a potential stipend.
You didn't by any chance see him on actions. Like,
Maybe not. You've got a good sense of motive. I mean, he's at least 90% sure that there was something. Like he's just pushing it in the other direction.
Jittery, distrustful, maybe more dismissive.
rushed, hurry. Yeah. Like you had to get this.
Yes, it was certainly. I don't remember if there was actually a specific deadline. But when he left, I did not even know this piece of paper couldn't have been stuck here for very long. He's just like waving around. The priest, Father Graham, he came by and he said he was collecting a piece of Simba's work for him. And I believe we only had one extra. And he just goes, midway through talking, he does seem very off. I think that's just a general, even with a 7 you're getting that. He rushes upstairs, comes back down with about 4 different papers, scrolls through them. It's a book on, it says ye salts.
Salt. Okay. Book of salts. Yeah.
This was the only book since Simba left with us in our possession. I think the others of us. Oh no! It was Father Graham. He came by and.
Like the second
Actually, no. I don't think we did. And I mean, he's just left a book open on the table for you. There's a few things that are kind of weird. Highlighted words. There's an entire blurb I can give you, but I think some of the ones that are different and interesting to you is this context has Ainerta, the goddess of forests, and let me double check. Goddess of lies, lord of ignorant return, as correlated. Like this book on the book on Connected Through Ancient Histories through modern astronomy commonly describes the constellations Ainerta and Imbrix according to the Isaurian tradition as a mythological hunter. There are many other traditional interpretations of this same grouping of stars, such as Adrin's astrological lore refers to this as the same constellation as representing a messenger or gateway to the gods. That part isn't highlighted. He then proceeds to highlight after and in early Neufra, which he highlights once. Legend, it depicts an actual god, one who is synchronized with death. When one follows this little tripod path further back, there is a reference. One, the oldest cuneiform tablets, which you remember to be the strictures, the cuneiform tablets, which suggest it is something entirely more significant. An earlier Isaurian referred to Uru and Nana, which can be translated as heaven's light. And the 3 stars of Ainerta string as the mother. So you see highlighted again, Neufra, heaven's light, and the 3 stars of Ainerta string as the mother of Marta. And mother of Marta is like scribble highlighted like excessively.
So heaven's light,
Heaven's light. So Uru, U-R-U, and Nana, N-A-N-A, which can be translated as heaven's light. through Isaurian text. And the 3 stars of Inerta string, Inerta's string, aka the bow, the thing you have just analyzed and used, the string, so the place between the stars in the formation of a bow, that is strings, Inerta's strings as the mother of the martyr, and the daughter of death, which isn't highlighted. And then beneath that, the key to the gate of heaven. It actually then goes on to discuss something that you're not quite familiar with, something called a Sephiroth, and the cultural importance, building mapped out in the how the Sephiroths used to build cities based on the mapping of stars, positions of the stars, specifically Imbrex and Inerta, with the holiest forming its belt. Weird context. Stuff doesn't entirely make sense, and he's like, this whole book is full of many different spoutings of text, mainly Isaurian.
You know, strangely enough, I believe that this is actually the book that we're looking for.
Yes.
Well, would you
Actually.
let me double check. This isn't one of the older collection. I think we're talking about 2 gold, and you can have it for 7 days. I think that's how. I haven't. Yeah, give me 1 second. And he goes back. You guys want to do? What do you want to do? Big ass bookshelf. Can you explore anything? What do you want to do?
See, it's kind of like.
We'll get back to you in a second.
Let's talk a bit about Ezra.
Is Squirrel fault? Is
I believe with already ghost.
okay, yeah.
So, should we roll stealth or something?
If you're well, it depends. If your creature is specifically trying to detect like gems, it's not going to find them upstairs. That's where a lot of the book binding is. No, it's a different type of material. The stuff downstairs is potential for that to be.
It's looking for something valuable.
Okay, so you're trying to find bedrooms and that sort of stuff. So, ironically, you don't even have to roll stealth. It just totally detours away from where this guy is searching. This guy's searching papers for all that.
It's that religion superstitions of free to that and withdraw, whatever that is. It's both talking about the same stuff.
Yeah, it's technically magical.
It might. And does it go for it?
Yes, it is magical.
Okay. What's the carrying capacity? So you guys can you just
30 pounds.
30 pounds?
Yeah, if you're legal, if it's above 20 pounds, it goes at 5 foot around the room.
Okay. So I would call this about 20 pounds. I can't really tell you what your squirrel finds because it can't tell you, but I can tell you that it finds something magical and tries to pick it up. And it is a bit top heavy, but it can do it. And it can slide out a window if you just want it to do that. And by the way, you're at the edge of the area where you're now closest to Grok. Like this, your creature knows he falls off a cliff, and that's where Grok is. You're directly above the tunnels.
So if the creature realized that, creature would probably glide off the cliff, drop the item off the cliff, and then fly back in.
No. Items are not super strong when they're magical, remember?
There's foliage, it's gonna hit trees. Wait and see.
This creature does not care.
Okay, so your creature just gives you an emotional heads up.
Because items take falling damage, and it's a lot more than what people take.
Well, it's a 50-foot fall. So, yeah,
That's on top of the wall?
Yeah.
Those are 50 feet to get to the bedroom.
You're right. It's about 80.
Damn. Oh.
80-foot cliff. Yeah.
That makes sense.
50 foot was it's actually 40 foot up, and then the entrance 10 foot. You're right.
Is it a small, medium, or large? It takes sorry, deals can use it.
Oh.
It takes 5 d6.
Yeah.
I've got a HP here. Wait. Oh my god, I've 4, 5, 4.
That's gravity effective, because you know what? It's not using real life physics. So.
Hey, look, your squirrel understands magic and understands that magic is fragile. It can just lower it down half the distance.
Is this gliding through a blind?
No, it can glide. Oh, it can glide.
Yeah, it can glide through. You just grab it.
I'm gonna say, yeah, it'll just slide it down the tree. I'll take it.
It's being sharing.
It's a little.
How would you make your thing an asshole?
It's not important. It's not important. It's not the biggest detail. Okay. we'll go back to you guys. Grok, what you see that falls down the side of a tree is some sort of, again, another dagger made of bone.
Yes.
Anyway, continue.
It's about the connection between past and like current religions.
Yeah, that's what Tom one is about.
Okay.
I'm not saying this is Tom, I'm saying this has information that's similar.
You actually look at the back of the book, and it's signed Mrs. Davenport.
Like as
Author side or
Author signed.
sounds like they're talking about Tom 3 as well. So maybe that's an hour. That's nice.
Don't worry, I'll give you all the paper. So number 3 is book salts. Yeah.
Yeah, he said the father came to grab the Ye Salts book.
So he went. I can't remember if
Hold on a second, I'm finding it!
But, I can't remember if he said that was one of the ones that went.
it was
East. I know he's here went east. Might I know what a Sephiroth or Sephiroth is? I know my sir.
Yes you do.
Speak as well. So is there any sort of words in this book?
Well, specifically, so it says, like, the last blurb is not Isurian, but the basically proper nouns are. So it says, it is thought that the city of the Sephiroth Sanctuary, that is Sephiroth, meaning the proper title of a Sephira, but it's in the context of a city, so it's different. Sephiroth Sanctuary's most culturally important buildings mapped out in the position of stars, according to Imbric's Einarta, with the holiest forming its belt. So much like this town that you've gathered forms around a star symbol, which is Einarta, it has some sort of similar form to the biggest city on a different continent.
Do you know what it means?
They mapped out the city on this one buildings here. In the reflection of the constellation. This is all just.
I think we just paid it too bold. Take the time on this. I just really quick perception check to see any of the other books. Like, see if anything else.
Totally. Yeah. So yeah, I think you both roll, but you get a +2 if you succeed something. Or you're just going to do separate. Do separate if you want to do.
I mean, yeah, I'll help you just because I'm looking for a language matter.
Cool.
This cost will roll into a 20.
I'll tell you.
What's the perception?
Natural 20, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
25.
Perception.
27. So
Okay.
plus 2 to you.
Oh my god.
Yeah. 27.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Kind of
We
weird.
just look up and then look over the bookcase, look back at each other, just going like that.
Do you see what I was saying?
A modern woman's guide to mythology by Abigail Rotten.
Look for missing pages.
One of the most commonly misinterpreted myths of the Mesopotamian tale of Nanut's descent into the underworld, often romantically titled The 10 Gates of Nanut.
So that's in there.
That's it. That's in there. It's almost identical.
Yeah.
There are yes. You also find the cookbook, also by Abigail Rotten, but has no reference. Like, they're basically side by side in time. There's no reference to the sacrificing to become God part. In fact, dumplings and deities isn't a thing. It's dumplings and delicacies. It's just a normal cook. Yeah, it's a large list of cookbooks which you can like take and try to learn cooking. Do it that way.
It's the same as the one we found on the tree, but I'm guessing these were probably like that, but they left out the costume for this.
Or this first, and I took it to start doing hidden messages.
You see at the back it
These
says
look,
Dr. Dakenfon's philanthropic initiative. We dedicate books.
So look like it's newer than the pages we found.
It looks well treated. But yeah, what you saw has the same kind of like heavily aged type that Book of Tales had. Like withered inside of a tree tumble with it, like not cared for.
Maybe there's a hidden like code. Maybe this is the other thing that give that message to the masses.
I mean, you're looking at a binary too, so they can basically tip-top any books they think are not looking good enough. But at the same time, like these books, you brush dust off them, like they've not been touched in a while.
I feel like the front and the back, there's nothing that stands out.
Nothing different, or like carve marks. I mean, actually, both of these books appear to be dedicated to the Dagenfon's royal bindery, Dagenfon's philanthropic initiative. Like they actually have titling, like this woman has obviously specifically given them to this, but it's written in a beautiful type of cursive handwriting, so it could be anyone's.
It's like a magic ink.
Yeah, well, you come into the top part of the house.
Looking for
Into a bedroom.
Another
Another. What?
more treasure to throw out the window. Anything shiny.
Let's agree to a perception check.
2. Right, there's no 10.
10. Okay.
I feel bad now. Just taking a look. But we're going to go and get Dragonfly. Or at least, you know, we can get that turn back windmilling.
It's basically like tiny little like pellets of something is getting flung off the side of a.
Do I ever hear like some knocking for stairs, or is this?
Excuse me, it comes down the stairs. No, you're basically hearing his scuffling going about. I found the dates they were taken. They were taken 5 days. I've been stuck in this building for 5 days. Doesn't feel like it's been that long, but when the Dagenfons leave, what am I supposed to do?
It was taken 5 days ago.
Tinder was taken for 3 before.
No, I haven't left this building for 3 days.
Time flies as well.
Time flies.
I mean, it could have been 5 days. honestly, I quite like this place.
Did the lady of the house also go with Professor Dagenfon?
She's been gone as long as he has.
They left together.
I thought he was just lost, or was ill. Apparently, yes.
Yes. You know, it's weird they didn't tell you.
What are you?
He looks like kind of just ashamed. Like this is something that he.
Are you an apprentice? Well, not an apprentice. You're an associate.
No, yes.
You bring potential apprentices to the dark.
Yes. I'm more of a finder of bookish talent.
What's your name, sir?
Oh, go. My name is Boris Featherful.
Boris Featherful. That is a pleasant name.
Thank you.
It's been a Boris Featherful.
Well, I'm sorry, it's just me today. You know, it's been one of those weeks.
It was far more than I had expected, really.
Really? You came here looking for books. I think you found exactly what you came for. Right?
No, you'd be surprised. Something that's jumped out of here.
Wouldn't I know it? Absolutely. Now, it's 2 gold for 7 days. So if you're willing to pay up the tome of ancient knowledge, you're more than happy to take home with you.
We also found another, I think it was 2.
Yeah, actually.
That we'd also like.
Oh, Abigail's books.
Yes.
Oh, she's.
A vested interest in the.
I got I wasn't in work that day, but I got one of my copies of her book signed by her. She came up from Kings Bay and was doing a whole thing for the Dagenfong Press and.
Really? I'm quite a fan of her work. How long ago was that?
Well, she was coming up here, her new book on the modern woman's guide to mythology. It was 6 years ago.
Damn, but she's probably back at King's Bay.
Well, she then went up to Tulun Port where she wanted to meet with the royal Queen Reeves, and then I've no idea how she came back. She didn't come back through the town.
I was up.
I would love that later. Modern Woman's Guide to Mythology is such an inspiring tale.
She wasn't an inspiration, and I think it is important that young women of this age don't dedicate themselves to something so obnoxious and preposterous as an art degree. They should be focusing on something full of history and promise.
Tangible knowledge, yeah.
That is a true study, you know? Art is nothing, doesn't matter. This is art. Writing your brain onto paper.
Just like my psychology degree. So how much?
I don't think that's considered a correct art. 2 gold. He hates a lot of art, clearly.
Is 2 gold for every book?
Ooh. Look, I'm not supposed to be giving up the books, so I mean, if you can get it back to me in 7 days, assuming the binder doesn't come, I'll give you 5 gold for the 3.
That is a steal.
Of course.
Sir, you are too kind.
Of course. I've never run the store by myself before.
You know,
You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
you know, knowledge should never be discounted here. I'll just give you 6 gold.
Single tier.
There's another coins I picked up off the floor.
Covered
They're
in
nice coins that I polished on the road.
You can take one for yourself.
Thank you. Thank you. Put something in her pocket. You hear them now start to jingle around, loose. Where are they? If you head to our moor, and if you see on the here, let me give you back the paper. I'm not going to go to our moor. I don't trust that bridge. Too tall. too much elevation. Scares me silly.
But yeah, if we end up meeting Professor Dagenform, we're gonna try and head over his way, see if we can.
Well, I think his wife might have, fallen off the rocker, gone to the correctional facility. He might just be there to support. Yeah.
But
It's unfortunate. Some women just can't handle the modern man.
We'll let them know that you taking charge. By any chance about Father Graham?
No, that's awesome.
Did you, when the people came through,
Oh, yes. Oh, you heard.
they went with Father Graham and the others of the
Oh, no.
church, no? You went somewhere else.
No. So they apparently they just marched into the Caligo, and he points just like out a window, to the Caligo garrison, and basically said that these people are starving and they need food, and they got the mayor to come to the garrison, and he was like, "We've got the food, we just need the people."
That sounds
And a seemingly unanimous arrangement was made, and then the sounds of whipping we begin to hear. Obviously, these are not, the most grounded men and women.
Yeah.
But it was about a few hours after we all kind of. Well, I was inside, but all I remember hearing was this kind of like P. Something like that. Yes. I was inside, so it was hard for me to hear, but it seemed to be moving away from the garrison and moving towards the church. And he just points like exactly the path back where you came. And he said the sound started and it hovered around there for hours. They were chanting for like 6 hours, and then it stopped.
a long time.
It just stopped. You know what? He has been quite a strong connoisseur, Graham, of the wine, the shaded wine.
Shaded wine.
Yes. Yes, but I think potentially it was a bunch of soldiers basically begging for a type of alcohol that they never get.
I'd actually heard that some of the wines, coolers, strawberry. I was curious where the winery still was. Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's from here. I think it's from either from Fall Rock, or it's from the between. Wakefield. I know they produce a type of ale brew. They could be also producing wine. They have the most fertile land, and that's very close to Syracuse, which is very close to Fallsburg, which is very close to us. But I think Syracuse produces their own type of.
You connoisseur yourself?
Oh, you don't want to see me inside of the Golden Ring.
I've heard of the Golden Ring. Is that like a famous winemaker or something?
No, God, no. No.
What about it?
Listen. He looks at you like,
I'm an amateur.
I don't think you'd be interested.
You might be wrong on that one.
He is very particular with his stuff. I prefer common grain, but he is very specific.
When I first came to the sanctuary, they tried to give me mead, and I was like,
oh God, no! They're the Bay Ale. Oh,
terrible. But
you
then,
see so many chins. Oh.
I was just perusing it like a local.
He suffered greatly from that experience. You can tell. I know. Just keep perusing. You'll find the mead that suits your tastes. But the Golden Circle, it's what they would call a casino.
Oh, yeah, like a gambling.
A place where you would like to gamble my wages that I get from hiring new recruits. It's been a long time since I've effectively got some in. But no, oh God, no. Oh, you feel like yes. Oh, and they provide you free shaded wine.
Shaded wine.
Shaded wine. There's something else at the end of it. I don't remember it, but it's a black bottle with a grey cap. And they pour it in front of you, and guess what color it is? You know how wine is like a brownish red?
Yes.
It's grey.
Grey wine.
It's grey wine. I've heard of white wine before, never heard of grey wine. Holy moly, it gets you in a type of state where it makes it very, very fun to gamble. So much fun. Exhilarating.
Is that here in KRUELER?
Oh no, Syracuse. Across the mountains, the common fire.
Well, I know what we're doing next time we go there.
I think we have to stop by. We're currently on and off sort of trips at the moment.
Well, you like to go all around the sanctuary. Oh, there's so many good sites. Just don't go south. Just go to Falls Rock. This is what I've done. Go to Falls Rock. Go to Syracuse. Go to Wakefield. They've got a nice honey there, really rich type of honey. And then you just keep going down. You hit Aria. That's a bit of elven land. I know it's probably more your thing than mine. I just tend to avoid it. I'm a bit scared of them. And then you just keep going south to Kings Bay. You do a big lap, a big oval, half oval.
And I'm assuming apart from the fact that the lake's been a bit out of commission, usually just take a boat up north.
Oh, of course. You can even take a boat south. We've had a few military expeditions that have we've not received any news of. There's like a blockage to the south, I think.
Right.
I think there's something.
So past Fort Niagara, you would recommend that.
Oh no, God, no.
Like danger, or it's just.
Oh, I think I've heard of there being like a type of arthropod.
Yeah.
There's like a land arthropod with a stinger.
Like a scorpion? No, not like
Maybe.
Just like
That name is not exactly familiar. I'm not the best with the animals of the desert.
Right.
It's kind of a desert. It was 5 wars fought there. You can't imagine the amount of death and decay and bodies and bones and scarred shit everywhere.
Sounds like somewhere we might avoid. Right. Yeah.
And we will return to Meliorn and Grok. I had to cut that off. I was getting too much of the character. Meliorn, Moki, and Grok.
Oh.
Meliorn's just a ghost. He's hanging around. There's a part where Moki has been relaxing this whole time, and then you start to see like his body, his muscles ripple as little coins, and things fall from 50 feet and just like they land on you with some weight, but not really. You just start to get pelted from above. Like little things are falling on you and landing on your rear half, and it's okay.
Just when I say a trophy case, we're using glass for something really valuable. it will shoot its air cannon to shatter it.
I'm glad. My initial decision was that the ritual bone dagger was going to have a glass case, but no, people can't afford that these days. It's a bit too expensive. So exactly, it was much more easy for your creature to just pick it up off its little tripod and just drop it off the thing.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Not again. 26 damage.
I would say your feet are like on the side like this, and you're resting on the side of a tree. Your like boot your hooves.
Oh, I'm not outside.
Oh right.
He's still
So
under the tree.
only Grok.
Only Grok.
Sorry, you're not even there. Yeah. It's just Grok. Make a fortitude save.
Oh yeah, sure, I'll do that.
DC is 14.
40. Can I scale it? I'm pretty sure I can.
Yeah, I mean, you just start to see like little things fall from the trees. You at first think it's like droplets of water. It's denser.
Not lethal damage.
It would be a poison lethal, probably. Poisonous.
Yeah, it would be poison.
No.
If you're inhaling it, it would be.
I don't have any advantages against poison. 11.
Yes.
Wow.
I have failed.
Do you have a +2 to your endurance?
I'm plus my
If you
endurance doesn't apply here. I think. My
Like,
fortitude is +7.
Your endurance technically could count because it's how long you were exposed to it and how long you can endure said oxygen. But I think that would still only add +2 and doesn't meet the 14 DC.
But endurance is usually more like.
Yeah, it's a plus 4. And it's also, it's
Well,
Fortitude?
forced to resist damage from suffocation.
exactly what that is. Well, in a type of way, it's suffocating you by replacing your oxygen with something else. Now,
Okay.
you could not. You
You're just like trying to breathe slower.
basically, yeah, you could.
I don't know anything.
That's
wrong.
okay.
You can smell fire.
Also, when it's
You know what? They told you it was poison gas, and you just ignore it.
Confident.
It's all good.
If we're adding that to 15, if we're not,
Is it just
up
the
to you.
poison? Is it the poison condition, or is it just taking?
No, it would basically you're going to take temporary damage until you fall unconscious. That's what it would be.
It's like second.
So suffocation. So therefore, I would let you add it. Let you add it.
Cool.
So I'm about to roll a lot of d10s, and you're halving it still.
Fainting, fatigue, weakness and collapse, rapid breathing, and a half of rage, shortness of breath, dizzy spells, clumsy behavior, memory loss, abnormal immersions, impaired vision, convulsions, and death.
Hour. I was
You
thinking.
could just make the first error as a
An individual check. Yeah.
And then after that, because now he actually knows, okay, this is bad stuff.
That's a good point.
Because that's more of resisting suffocation.
Got it, okay.
So-
I failed the first one. How much is non-equal damage?
6.
You rolled max?
No, I rolled a d10.
Oh, shit. 6.
Yeah, you're sticking in the wrong hole, bro. No, seriously. You're right. Your survival instincts kick in, and you just march like 15 minutes down the hallway but you also.
One dizzy spell.
It's hard to remember, but 10 minutes into the tunnel,
Oh, yeah.
that's where the vent is.
Symptom, memory loss.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Why was I here?
So you walk 20 minutes back down the. I need you to make an intelligence check for me. Just make an intelligence. He didn't see the vent. So the vent is 30 minutes back the way you came. So you get 20 minutes down back the way you came, and you're like, I can breathe all of this.
And then Murphy's like,
You take 3 points. This is that hour.
what's going on?
These guys at this point have at least taken 2 hours. That's how long that's been. But yeah, this.
There's an enemy here.
I can't believe
I
it.
can imagine Murphy just
Every time your distance grows shorter and shorter, the dementia grows.
Anybody
Oh.
just
This is great.
it's like
Look, actually, no, I'm going to do this for Grok.
Normally it kills you if you're a peasant, but he's when he sentinels, he's just
I've wanted body map. It's like,
Okay. So 10 gold pieces fall from the sky.
what the fuck?
5 silver pieces. And that is 15 more silver pieces. You're getting and by the way, this your creature is taking them individually, one at a time, from a pouch it is found in someone's locked drawer that it is blasted an air cannon into to open. So I'll just keep rolling a d10 every hour these guys are here, and I'll just keep adding to your patch. Basically, that's how we'll keep doing it. So basically, that is my method for getting around the whole sanctuary. I'm so nervous about going to East Haven, although I've heard they're the most welcoming to humans. But apparently, they worship a bunch of snake gods and that sort of thing. It's all not my style.
Or snake eyes, are you saying?
Oh, yes.
That's crazy.
It seems a bit weird for elves, but imagine
Well,
you're...
I've never heard of that. We like to
Oh my
worship
goodness,
trees.
are
We
you
like to
gonna...
worship trees and stuff. That's the.
Oh, they've got a big tree. That's their central point, but apparently it's the god that, like, binds it or something. Oh, yes. It's about maybe 100 miles from where we are now, and it's about another 50 miles away from Tethor's Keep, which would be east-north.
What's that?
It's an island. It was once just a lighthouse, and then they built a bunch of walls around that lighthouse, and they kept building buildings around that walled lighthouse, and it became a type of.
It's a little like city.
It's like an island
Port town.
I don't think there's much of a port, but I know that they get like floating boats to come and deposit themselves at the edge of, and the only way to get in, and he points to everything on his wall, is to have a book that they don't have.
I was gonna say it's a impressive library.
You have to be in the inn. No, I wish it's one of those dream places of mine, but it's too close to the elves. I'm just so nervous.
Yeah, we're actually. The further you get away from human civilization, the more they are.
Oh, I know, right? I've looked for the horse people. I know the elves just hate them so much. My God, I thought they were around the mountains east of here because that's the only place where they can really take cover while still kind of being in the human area.
They are.
You see a little bit of
Very
saliva.
fast.
They're so quick. It is like.
Could you maybe like snap a portrait of them? Was it too fast?
No,
They generally.
Like you just get their rear hinds in the
If you have a
portrait.
pen and paper, I could probably draw one.
Whoa! Yes.
I'm
Why do I have bookshelves down here? No paper. I'm gonna. These are receipts. I can't use these. And he goes back upstairs.
What are you doing?
I'm just trying to know.
Are you actually gonna draw?
You see, he's like humming a little ditty to himself now. He got paid a gold. You know, he's pretty happy. Oh, so hard. Oh, the Lord knows.
I didn't know that.
And the snake people are going,
Yeah, I guess.
maybe that's where they're going.
I do not think they worship snake eyes and eat sailor.
Well,
This is not commonly known. Very much so.
It's meant to be like a sanctuary for non-high elves.
You make a local check for me. Local, or you can make a religion if you want to. If you.
who the hell worships a snake? It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
18.
18 to 13. I mean, snakes in the eastern regions, it's a possibility. For 18,
There's a snake here, man.
there's a type of ancient serpent that's more of a myth. Humans say they've got a walking saint around, like a walking representation. This guy's heard only book tales, so it could be totally exaggerated. But you've heard of a creature called a cottle, which is a type of snake with wings. And it has been a type of...
Snake with wings down in the tunnel.
Yeah, it was.
I'll just have a creature in a coddle.
It's double the size of a human, believed.
They're like massive, but people worship them.
And fey.
You but really worship a snake. A massive snake. I guess it is wings. Yeah, fair.
Also,
Worship dragons.
also correlated to the fact, the only thing you know is that they have some sort of ability to give elves dreams.
Where are they from? Are they naturally stable?
No,
I've never been to East Haven. I don't think so.
no idea.
What is the purpose of it? You should know.
I'm sorry, I've not been to every part of this entire continent.
Okay, so maybe the snake people are going to the snake city.
Probably.
Which is probably
If they've already got a cult following there, then I've been meeting up.
that's
But
probably really bad.
okay, but we can't chase after them and go to Dagger Father the books at the same time. Also, even if how are we going to stop them?
I don't know. I feel like it's worthwhile to keep it back on it.
I mean, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, if in 3 months' time there's still a party and they make it easy, the whole world blows up,
That's the reason. There are people in the world that stop the world from blowing up, and they're a lot more strong than us.
There are people that do.
Yes.
The people we killed.
Exactly. Paid by the king to be good. You, the two of you. I'm actually going to separate this now. With Grok, you're beginning to come to 11ish p.m. and your beacon device, it's picking up a few signals, but they're of tiny creatures within 30 feet of the skull. Yeah.
60 feet is the dark vision.
60 feet dark.
Well,
you see somehow these things are attracted to a little bit of light or maybe warmth. You're not even sure. So when you look into your skull, suddenly it's like a bunch of tiny black eyes are covering the surface of your vision. And you're noticing tiny little skeletal spines connecting all of these eyes. Like as if a butterfly monarch type would land on something and just cover it completely. Your vision is being interfered with. Yes. You get 2 gold.
Yes. Here comes the money.
Oh, here we are. I've got the paper. Oh, please. And he places it down in front of you, slides a bunch of other papers off and just to the side.
Slowest heist.
You have seen the centaur. With that one eye.
I also haven't seen it.
I've only got one.
That's incredible.
It was incredible.
Oh, you see?
Yeah, I was with it.
So you saw it as well. I've got 2 pieces of paper. I'm gonna go back upstairs and get another pencil.
I have a pencil around here, just need some paper.
Walks halfway back down the stairs. Paper, please. For the drawing competition. I'm going to close my eyes because this is too entertaining. I would say
You can't really forgery stuff.
you can totally do forgery. I was just going to say intelligence. Recall. You're recalling information.
Actually accurately drawing me.
My forgery is linguistics. It's not really.
Oh.
That's what forgery is.
Yeah, it would work. It's penmanship skills. So yes, it's all about how you draw.
Profession. He's 7.
You draw. I was gonna say you could just.
Can I take that?
Okay, yeah. That's kind of the purpose.
That's if you have an hour.
It's going to take us an extra 10 times the amount of time.
I will take 20 times the hour. Today's on it.
That's an hour.
It'll be over an hour.
You might as well take one.
No, it's actually just 20 rounds, but it's just one.
Oh, it's 20 rounds.
It's 20 times the amount of time it takes you to do it. So unless you're doing a stick figure, 6-second horse.
Yeah. I was gonna say you were just gonna do a medical anatomy of a horse and then a human on top with your low roll, but you can merge them together and make it look normal. Would you? And you're just gonna do a regular art piece. Cornell is doing
Yeah. Deep picture of you growing me will go on the one.
This is 20 bucks.
This guy didn't know there was a centaur here.
This guy's been stuck inside for 5 days. You're not even sure if he's totally aware of the wantedness. It was 25.
I met some travelers who saw a centaur and they were like, where? Where did you see it?
Oh my goodness, I think I'm gonna make a book. I think this is going to be my first book.
You haven't written a book yet?
No! No, I've been so nervous.
Sorry, this is going to take a while.
You are doing a detailed anatomy of the centaur body. I think I'm going to analyze every inch of this, and I'm going to give it to the... Oh man. Oh man.
I wondered when I met him what his internal structure was like. Like, how does the human organs...
It seems like it just sits right on top as is so currently showing.
I saw him pick up a sprig of grass and eat it, and I'm like, what the hell?
He has, if he's got a stomach in his bottom half, but not on the top, how long is his esophagus? It just doesn't make sense.
And does he have, is it one heart? Or is it like a top and a bottom heart? Is it multiple lungs?
Well, maybe it's like a heart and a top hat.
I'm seeing the inside of a hunting centaur.
Oh, he's got small horns. So he's young. Oh, you found a young. Oh, you found a calf.
The small horns indicate all
Age.
horns.
Obviously, they've got to be. The smaller the horns, the younger the buck.
Perfect. By the way.
They
Good.
I'm doing mine without. So like without his head.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say you're just doing kind of like
You have
the medical version.
Yeah.
I was gonna draw
Oh my goodness!
female, and then you started drawing male. I was like, oh man.
He's doing it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
You're doing all of the circles around the weird oval-shaped body part. Honestly, I didn't entirely understand the physics of the anatomy. Like, I didn't understand how the top half is so straight.
I believe what it's supposed to be is a sort of counterbalance. Because of the fact that you've got such a bottom heavy, it's hard. It's eventually going to fairly heavy top off and balance it out. It does, center gravity doesn't exactly like work though. It just seems strange, but also these are magic creatures.
It's from the and he just grabs the book off the shelf like he knows it, and he flips pages open, and he pulls a page. Oh, Enemium. Anemia. Anemium.
I think it's
I thought it was anemone, but that is where they are from.
we found the animals
So there's obviously some sort of spatial rift.
You only saw one.
What if?
Perhaps there was a herd nearby.
Oh, if it was a calf.
Probably
This is
three
probably.
guys. I mean, he was huge.
What if there's not a portal? What if they've been here this whole time?
Contestants. 10 meters.
but it was too quick. They just couldn't keep up.
10.
I cannot imagine if you found an adult.
Humans.
They would chase you down and split your back open with their feet.
That's very scary.
Which ones? You two?
Imagine if you could kick someone's feet in, and then you could use their hands and pull them apart.
But
The physique is muscular.
I finished my.
It's beautiful.
I finished a minute ago.
Oh, yes, you're still doing a little bit of action touch-up.
I got a 17.
You didn't have to add color.
Well, I had a graze.
You've even given shadow. I love it. I love it. And he places it down. He's so gentle. You can see how much care he's taken to this. Just like hang it down. It's a real.
I'm gonna quickly sideline Garth Gilbert.
Oh, if you ever write a book and bring it back here, I can. So we have a method of using a type of machinery to copy images and replacing them onto pages. So if you want any of these to be the title of a book you're writing, just come back if Dagenfond is back
I
and.
give you full permission to use my drawing at very least.
Well, I will do some research on the Enemium centaurs, and if I return with proper, if you return here with proper information, there might even be a payout. I don't know. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh, I must not leave you. Oh, please, this way. And he tries to lead you out. Are you guys? Natural flow of the conversation.
I read 3 books.
Well, if you, you know what, I'm not going to say anything else about the land. Just try the shaded wine. Try the shaded wine from the Golden Ring. Oh, I missed that place. It's been years. Oh, I've almost got enough money to start gambling again. Poof, close the door.
Wait a second. Alright, I'm gonna knock again.
What?
That's right.
I was waiting at the front door. Really?
Sorry, I hate to bring it back to a previous time.
No, please.
This father, he came down the book. Do you have dealings with the church often?
Nope.
No, they don't bring. I heard they have like a library of themselves.
Oh yes, we.
It's exclusive.
I think about things about 4-ish years ago. Oh, it was so impressive. Three years ago, we supplied a whole range of books on travel and spirituality to the church. Oh, if you go by there, you can the bookkeeper. Where's her name? Oh yes, spiritualism. We have a more comprehensive library, even though it's only two bookcases. They only have seemingly 2 degrees of categories: only travel, for obviously the wider reason, and spirituality. But Madame Gourmont is the bookkeeper of the Church of the Righteous Flame. Yes, the town doctor, I believe he visits quite regularly.
I am spirituality and also dealing in medicine, such. So can visit that sort of.
Well, have you been in contact with Dalius Hildevane? Dr. Hildevane? He's been in the.
I haven't known yet, but that's just because we recently came to KRUELER, so I'd love to meet you.
I want both of you to make just like history checks. Local.
What was the
Oh, Madame Gourmont, Gour, and comma.
day?
Oh no, this was Dalius, Delius, and that is what I want you to do.
Music called this Phillies.
He's a good guy.
Just probably really into Madden. I really like him. Okay, this is cool. Dude, he was salivating and talking about the centaurs. How young he takes him.
Remember what I was doing as a
I love how your interpretation of this is like he is thirsty for Centaur. Hey, look, Centaurs are pretty fucking mysterious and interesting if you were stuck in a house all day. He is a man. What did you look at?
He wants some fantasy, I think.
Yeah, Dalius Hildevane. You, Melion, remember reading it in Undercommon at the foot of the gravestone that turned into a pit of dead snakes. And
Like on the gravestone?
yep, like dead.
Sorry,
Not the doctor part. Dalius Hildevane. Hildevane, and this guy's just called him Dalius Dr. Hildevane.
He was like walker.
He was one of the dead friends of that plague walker, said to be another plague walker.
he was the doctor?
He's our prime doctor, yes.
How many? What was the last episode?
Oh, yes, this is certainly before all of the commotion outside has happened. I think it was part of a year ago. He probably keeps to himself. He's quite busy, although I believe this entire time it's been about him concocting a type of cure for disease. But they're trying to get people from outside of town. It's why the priests left, I believe, was to go and find the medicine needed to bring back to the town. I don't think Falls Rock or Seratini holds that type of medicine, but maybe Wakefield, you know? That's at least a month's journey. The priest will be a while, maybe. Yes, he was the expedition that left. I believe the only people that are left in the church, if all of the priests of his cohort left, which I think it was, would just be Madame Gourmont and the doctor. Oh, and services, by the way, I've been told are cancelled until next weekend, so just, Tula, please forgive us. Tula.
Well, we'll not leave them longer. Why don't we leave them preaching?
You see, he only gives a cautious eye to Melion when he's not showing any interest in the religious figure in the town. That seems to actually take him by surprise a little bit. But,
I do have just one more question. Is this a place where we just come to buy books, or can if we were to come back,
it's a rent-a-book place.
But could I spend time here and study and read without having to take books away?
We have papers you can fill out to become one of our interns. it's simply learning the techniques of making books and repairing books. And
I have not taken scribing as a trade yet.
if I'm sure you will get a type of a small amount of payment, I think per day of work that you do. I received that initial offer from an old friend of mine. And I did. Yes.
My condolences.
Crowded.
That is excellent to know. Okay, so I have a few trades under my belt, but it's always good to have more. Well, this has been extremely fruitful night. It has been a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Featherfall.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. And your name is?
Meliorn.
Meliorn.
Yes.
Yorn? Y-A-W-N?
I like the archfang. L-I-O-R-N-E. For anemia. Anyway, let's go.
He looks at this like he's really trying to memorize those initials. Grumpy. Gilbert. It's a pleasure to meet you, Gilbert. I'm good. Goodbye. You're right. Yeah. I'll do it.
Sorry, if the money runs out, so great. This is our last day covering.
I was thinking that I wasn't gonna make you do it. So you get 3 more silver pieces, and then you get 6 spoons.
6
made of bronze.
Dirt forks.
Bronze spoons so far.
Bronze spoons? What the fuck? Bronze spoons.
Which direction do you guys want to head back to? Or you could try to jump off the cliff.
Wait, I don't know, my name. It's named after an archfeather. In hindsight, I'm really sure I told him my name. I was really caught up in the moment. Yeah. But he seems like a trustworthy guy. Should we check on him? He's not looking out the window. I'll just grab some dirt. So, you grab the dirt.
It's particularly dry. That's the unfortunate part of all of
No, we're not going to do it here. We're doing it in another way. Okay. God, this is so disgusting.
You're just in the most noble district, walking down the road with a pile of dirt in your hand. What was this man? And you just hear like distance. What does this mean?
Yeah, I put it up as well.
Is that dirt?
It's just like spilling out.
Watch where you put that thing if someone else goes by.
And I put it on the ground and I get up and I put it in. This is so disgusting. The things I do for you.
You're the one that everything.
Meliorn, your bones are black. Brown with dirt.
I get a cloth that I have and I get some of the sugar. And I'll spend 20 minutes
threading your hair.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so by the time you head to the Round Tavern.
At the very end.
Oh, yeah?
As he finishes, I was like, alright, that's your turn. I'll just grab the dry
What type of hair does Meliorn have? You have brown. Does you have brown hair?
Only brown hair that's under a hood right now. Like,
Oh, come here.
You get like specks of it on your face. You look a bit muddy now.
When we're coming tomorrow, I'll dye my hair white. Also, are you immersed in cutting it?
I mean, anything, sure.
Okay.
So, bandage?
It's up to you. I mean, if you have it on tomorrow, if we're going to come back in town.
Are we trying to look like what we did before?
What are you talking about?
One of the bond posters.
It wasn't really like our ones weren't very specific. But yeah, maybe if you had advantage.
And it's a good
note.
note. You see, there is one with an eye patch, or like an attempt of an eye patch. It's kind of just like a heavily drawn version of that. But you're also noticing that like that is mainly bird, and what you've got is mainly bird, and there's revealing enough features to give you an idea. But there haven't been any around the town. Like, you know, this guy was a mail delivery guy. Maybe he hadn't got these.
I'll just make that word up. Yeah, I'll quickly take that and drop this stuff back up. Let's try there is not one. It's just you see.
How much? Yeah. What's the wounds look like on his face?
Just intense, almost like a claw mark that goes across his right eye, and sort of scratches like over the nose and somewhat onto the left eye, but it's just whatever eye was here is gone. and his left eye is just incredibly blood red, blood red around where like the sclera and the light would normally be. You know, it's like almost like browny red that leads into
That's an eye bleeding.
yeah, that leads into like a really pale blue. That's kind of cloudy with that.
And the other one, it's not like it's a hole, like it's just a black hole, or is there like some remnant of flesh there that looks like it's fully been raked?
Yeah, it's probably like there was an eye there.
Like it's now black because of how.
Yeah, it's kind of like a flesh hole, but maybe like some parts of eye.
Yeah, so, and by that you can kind of, your eyelid was always open? Or was it always like.
I'd say the eyelid's still there.
Yeah.
It's just like.
Or that would have also been ripped through in the attack. Yeah. Okay. So it's horrifying. He looks brutalized by a wolf.
But then we should get you a glass of honey.
Glass. Or just straight up for. Just a glass eye. Because if people see you though, you know, that guy normally probably has an eye vision on him.
And as you walk to the edge of where you know this central courtyard of this crag is, you're just walking through it. You know, people are acknowledging you. You're wearing barefoot, and luckily most people just aren't looking down. Like this is a whole side of town where people are two chin ups.
Normal feet. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, except my nails like.
You don't make a stealth check.
They like cut through the.
I was gonna go. Yeah. Oh, okay. I rolled bad, but if you roll even worse.
Can't you just cut them? Never mind. They look really good.
A 9. A 19.
I got a 9.
Good time. Oh.
Bloody raccoons! You hear from a distant window.
It's just extra descriptors that can be used to figure out who you are.
Wait, sure, I'll start wearing shoes.
You can't have them all the time.
We'll stay there.
Tomorrow, we'll come back and find it.
Alright, fine. Just keep throwing out shit.
Okay. Okay.
Just at least.
Look, it's one of those rooms where it's actually like not touched. Like this was probably a bedroom that's not being used because the family's in a correctional facility. But you feel two forks, bronze forks, land adjacent from you.
I think I heard him upstairs in my head.
That's why. Let's just leave.
Alright.
Okay, so you're gonna go just past the round tavern and just to the entrance?
Yep.
Out. Okay, and as you leave the open space, Moki, I want you to do another 4 save for me.
This one is if you fail, you die.
DC goes up by 1 every time we say. So
I think we're like going at 4, but okay.
You're gonna be here for 12 hours.
Yeah.
Because we're.
you would never come back up and thank Kingston by that many.
And my endurance also?
Yes.
Okay. So 17.
Okay, so you take
Plus 4, because endurance plus 4, and 7 to 4.
take off. So 7 points of temporary damage is reduced to 3.
No, 6.
Yeah, up to 6.
Oh yeah, 13. Oh, I can't do
And Grok, you're beginning to notice. I mean,
Even if I don't watch.
even after 2 more hours, I'm gonna do two different rolls. You're getting a bunch of different sets of cutlery. Oh man, that's 10 knives, 10 bronze knives, and 3 more bronze soup spoons. But you had teaspoons, and now you've got soup spoons. 3 bronze soup spoons.
Probably dusty as hell.
Kind of. Yeah, it seems like this like the screen isn't giving you the satchel where all of that gold and silver was held, nor is he giving you the drawer in which all of his cutlery is in.
Grockle at this time when that's happening, Grockle is identifying the knife.
Okay. Well, there's certain different weird magical elements to it, but there's one thing that you're realizing. It's a blade that comes in a pair. You think it definitely has a separate part that, because this is a ritual blade, even as you're holding it magically, you realize it's not going to give you its information until you use it. Or unless you've got its pair, which may help you identify what it does. But like, as a sacrificial dagger, you just know with this magic. There is a level of necromancy to this blade, but your understanding is that it's going to take you giving it some before it'll give you something.
What do you think we find necromancy?
I'm not a.
I think you shift at the end of the 20. You walk in there, you immediately walk back out. You don't really slightly die.
Also, Moki, you're pretty sure you've only been gone for 2 hours.
2 hours. Oh, because 40 mil.
And because you can't remember time, it's been 5 hours.
Yeah, I can't remember time.
Don't know about the time anymore.
Oh no, the methane actually has negative effects for that too.
That should be good.
Guys, I've been gone for 30 seconds.
Look, go on, you better get up here.
Don't worry about
Okay.
it. Monkey, I forgot.
The rope just.
Monkey,
I should be fine.
How did you seal it from beneath?
It's called jumping.
There's no way.
Damn straight.
Pick out.
I'm not going to do it now. I'm just going to stand up here.
You remember your friends asked you for something. That's why you were here. That's very important too.
Where's Cornell going?
I think I'm there. There's more shit just getting through.
You see, like, yeah, it's reflected little bits of light.
It's a very weird range.
Beautiful China set.
Ornamental balls.
Most of it's shiny, yeah. Metallic.
Before.
China's only shiny because of the land.
Yeah.
China or anything like that? Like keep on to that?
Sit down and rest.
Like, naturally, this thing's gonna grab a piece of china and break it instantly. Like, it's just not gonna know how to. It'll slowly learn. Right. It's gonna. Yeah. But it's not gonna know that. So you'll probably hear some shattering. If it keeps going, which I guess you're making it do, it'll eventually move its way to the china. This is probably one of the wealthiest houses in the crags. So.
You made it from how far away?
If I put this in, I'm like, I figured this squirrel could just take stuff.
By giving it to make an asshole.
To make it-
He's gonna become the ultra. That's supposed to be easy.
Yeah, I was gonna say it turns on him at that point. Rock makes him the mech, finally, and then it like turns around, laser eyes.
Monkey's is dead. Mine is every human in the world.
Cornell's is himself.
Someone else is himself, and Rock is great.
Okay. So, as Loki and Rock reunite, find each other, they kindle spark as little sounds of things flick off the edge of stone walls.
When did you go to here?
You hear Loki repeat.
He's fine, don't worry.
And
Radio trash. Teacups.
Alright, so your squirrel formed the nest, and Grok and Moki, do you go further into the tunnel, or do you just wait on the edge?
Yeah, well, I'll go further. I'll go back to the top.
Okay.
No, I'll do that. If I don't come back within 3 hours, I'm unconscious.
Alright, I'm gonna stay up here and keep watch.
So Rock will be back at the tower looking for the skull eyes.
There's some
How many owls did I wait outside? Like 1, 2.
I would say probably.
Every owl in the dungeon.
We'll just do perception checks.
Let's say 2 hours.
Because I have +5 perception.
Go for it, do it.
Oh my god. So we. My +0 is now +5. That's a 19 for perception.
That's actually really good. Just a 19?
Yep.
Okay.
On a 35?
Oh wait,
That's wrong. Whatever. There is, for Grok, it's good you paid attention, because there is a noticeable sound of steps. A march in proximity to the tower that is abandoned. You see, coming from the side closest to Cruel Bay, the full journey through, you see about 8 or 9 different torches. A brigade, and you're actually up in the chunk of rock that's completely shadowed, and you have dark vision, so you just, without a light source needed, you just watch about 8 torches with one put every 3 men. You're looking the double of dozens. Walks past a They don't seem to do a circle around the tower, but they give the tower a close patrol because it's very close to the perimeter of the rock cliff face.
My God, I can't
And so luckily Moki did not make a campfire or any visible. Although, if they actually, like, it was daytime and they perceived what was on the ground, there would be so many signs of animal thievery that they may be convinced. But because it's so dark, most of them just look at like because their torches are reflecting the metallic light that's coming off the instruments that have fallen from the sky. Most of them give it a look over. So, who's that? Is someone chucking cover? What doesn't matter? There's no one here. You see someone go inside. One person without a torch go inside of the tower. Bunch of steps. And then he leaves. And then he joins up with the rest of the people. Equally as quiet as how he entered. And then they begin to walk around north, and then wrapping around the east, and they leave the periphery after about 3 hours of just very slowly marching.
God, I wasn't there.
You were half unconscious, you were just falling out of the... There's a centaur falling out of a mountain!
Back to the trapdoor or whatever it is.
Yes, you are.
Guys, I'm also possessing that tongue.
And that is where we'll end the episode, as the group finds themselves stuck between places. That's really...
Bigger they are, harder they fall.